In 1947. Wow, 19. Yeah.
1947, that would make him 73?
Yeah. You wouldn't think that of Brian Johnson.
Why? He gets old just like the rest of us.
Well, I just mean because he's still doing it.
The
I
AC/DC.
mean, sort of, but that's
When was the last time Brian Johnson did it?
They just finished a new album.
Did they really?
they're
Yes.
yeah, they're still. I mean, he doesn't sound like that anymore.
No.
But
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard the new album.
he's mostly scratchy talking. He's mostly
Scratchy talking and can't hearing.
Well,
he's deaf.
He's deaf.
and that song, I was just looking it up. Do you know what it's about?
I don't. I think of Iron Man when I hear that song. That's what I think of.
It's about essentially shooting up diazepam to calm your nerves.
Ah.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, it is if you're a drug taker. That's what it's about. Oh, by the way, before we go any further,
Yes?
I would just like to make it clear, I am not currently on any supplemental oxygen. Not
was
right
that?
now. I am not at this moment.
I thought
on
I saw
any-
something hiding
Nope.
in your pocket, Bill.
Nope.
There was a bulge in your pocket. That
Well, that just meant I was glad to see you. No, I am not currently on any. No, not right. Not at this moment on any
Okay.
supplemental oxygen. No, you're supposed to ask me.
Oh, were you ever on supplemental?
I am
oxygen?
not at this moment
at this moment.
on any supplemental oxygen. Any other
How about
questions?
a temperature?
Any other questions?
Do you have a temperature?
I at this moment have a temperature. Yes, it's normal.
Did you did you have an elevated temperature at
At
some
this-
other point?
At this moment, I do not have an elevated temperature.
Well, I'd like to ask the gentleman
Yes.
about oxygen levels.
Yes.
Oxygen levels.
Yes.
Where were they?
They were within the normal. They are currently within the normal range. At this moment, my oxygen levels are all within the normal range.
The best thing about that, though, was when they came out and they're all in these impeccably pressed white doctor coat. It looked like central casting. We need a bunch of people that look like doctors to come. And I'm not saying they were doctors. I'm just saying it looked staged. It didn't look.
And not
real.
even for a movie staged. More like a music video from way back, you know? We need people who look like real square doctors, you know?
All of these doctors behind me may at some point be involved in the president's treatment. May at some point be involved in the president's
I mean, there's like a dozen people standing there, and two talk, and even then they cut them short each time.
Well, it was important to get the information out that I am not currently.
Are we talking about is it clear we're talking about the president's care team? Is it clear we're doing that?
I think basically, I'm not clear other than to say that I know that we're talking about supplemental oxygen and that I'm not on it at this moment.
What are you chewing on?
A loss. Currently, I am not chewing on anything.
Okay.
I am not currently chewing on anything. I may have at one time had a lozenge in my mouth, but currently I do not have a lozenge in my mouth. It's up between my cheek and gum. Right there.
And the drive-by.
Oh, jeez.
So I assume people are paying attention to the news this weekend, but we're talking about President Trump in the hospital and how his medical team came out and wouldn't really say how he was doing, but sort of talked around it. And then, for some reason, it was decided that it was a good idea for him to get in an SUV and do a drive-by past his supporters lining the streets, thereby
They were concerned about it.
exposing Secret Service people to the coronavirus in a SUV with the windows rolled up.
And
That's
those-
what the Secret Service is for, to expose themselves to danger. Give us
But
something
now-
dangerous, please. They probably asked for it. They
But
said,
now-
we need something dangerous.
Anybody that was in that car with him has to quarantine for 10 to 14 days. That little, 3-minute stunt 10 to 14 days.
Well, not if they're Secret Service, because the Secret Service, they have to have dangerous things to do. That's what they have to have.
And those SUVs apparently are hermetically sealed.
Yeah. I had a vibe of, so there's this old movie with Sally Field called
Yes.
Soap Dish, where she plays an
Okay.
aging soap opera star. And she, her manager is Whoopi Goldberg. Stay with me. I know that.
All right.
Oh, God.
And she's an aging, and she's feeling down. And anytime she's feeling down, her manager says, "Let's go to the mall." She's like, "Okay." So they go to the mall.
Yeah. We're still
And-
with you, Gina. Yes.
And Whoopi Goldberg will kind of stand off to the side and say very loudly, "Is that Jane Smith over there?" and points at her, and then this crowd, and everyone turns and goes, "It is!" And there's a crowd of people, and she's signing autographs, and she's happy, and she looks over at her friend Whoopi Goldberg and says, "Thank you, I needed this."
Well, that's it. You've convinced me. I'm going to the mall. Is that what you...
But I think Trump, part of his care plan is he needs a little boost from being in front of his most fervent supporters,
No, I
and
think-
he wanted to go out and do a honk and wave
You're
because he
overthinking
misses
it.
them.
You're overthinking it. Again, the Secret Service needed something dangerous to do. And B, his supporters wanted to see him. His supporters needed to see. He didn't need to go out
No.
there. He did it for them.
Uh-huh.
He was at that moment not on any supplemental oxygen. He needed that for them, Gina. I mean, they needed that for him. Something like that. he knew they needed him. That's what he could sense.
Because he's always thinking about others.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
All right,
I'm going to the mall today. That's for sure.
let's get
And
this.
I'm going to take my daughter along with me, and then have her say occasionally, "Isn't that Bill Allred over there by the Chess King?"
All right, we will. Let's take a break and we'll get this going after these. Stand by for all of that.
Check-ins?
Brooke, yeah. Oh yes, let's get your check-ins.
Yeah, 877-602-9696. You want to check in with the Radio from Hell show? I got a letter from Marianne Gibson down in Nephi.
Oh,
You ought to check in with us, Marianne. I hope you're doing well. 877-602-9696. Check it. If you're not on supplemental oxygen, let me make that clear. If you are not on any supplemental oxygen, please
Currently.
check in. Yeah, currently, at this moment, please check in at 877-602-9696.
all right. We'll be back. Brooklinen.com. Yes, I took a shower this morning and I reached onto the rack. Happy to see my Brooklinen sheets there, nice and fluffy. It's in times like these that you need these sort of special little moments to make you feel make you feel a little bit more normal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're just beautiful. I mean, it's like a little hug to start your day. You know, you're gonna do great. If it was Towley, if Towley could talk to you, he'd say, "You're gonna do great." They're terrific towels, and Brooklinen, of course, known for their sheets, and we love our Brooklinen sheets here in the house, but they want you to know about their towels. They'll turn your bathroom into a miniature spa, different levels of fluffiness and colors and all of that. Brooklinen is the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra-soft towels. They are so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, Jackson, for 10% off your first order at Brooklinen. That's BROOKLINEN.com and the promo code Jackson. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
Good.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Haster Games. Haster Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Haster also buys used games. Haster Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasterGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time.
Wow.
When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon.
Wow.
Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Okay.
So, I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Hawk. Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those. So
Okay.
here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina,
Yeah.
what did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
You wanna hear- A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta
enjoying.
go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
Don't people shouldn't expect me to do that again. That was a
That may
special-
never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like-
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell,
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guess.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. All right, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, we'll officially begin the program, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Give us a call. It helps us get going in the morning. Let us know, are you on supplemental oxygen currently?
Currently.
I myself am not currently on supplemental oxygen at this moment. So 877-602-9696. Gino?
Speaking of supplemental oxygen, Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
The moon is 88.7% of full. It's a waning moon. The moon will set today at 10:58 a.m. And this is, today being, of course, Monday. It's the 5th day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. This is day 189 of our pandemic broadcast. And this is the nation's most entertaining morning radio show. Coming to you from the Broadway Media Tower in downtown Salt Lake City, it's Radio from Hell. Starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. The executive producer of the Radio from Hell show is Katie for short, who is in our studios in Salt Lake City, and also helping out today probably Skip and Miriam. It is National Do Something Nice Day. So do something nice.
Oh, that was nice.
I dare you.
That was so nice.
I dare you to do something nice and document it. Prove that you've done something nice. And it's also World Teacher Day.
Oh,
There you go.
yay to our teachers.
All right. Now, check-ins at 877-602-9696. Are you there? Hello?
Hello.
Well, Mike is there.
Mike? Hello, Mike?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we
Yes.
can, Mike. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Happy Monday to you. Thanks for letting me listen.
It's our pleasure, Mike, believe me.
Well,
what's
I wanted
going-
to let you know that
Yeah.
I'm not currently on supplemental oxygen right now.
Good.
Good.
But
Thank
I
you
do
for
have
letting
an
us
asthma
know.
inhaler standing by.
Oh, good.
All right, but that's not supplemental oxygen. Even if you had
It is not, but it still helps me at least get what I can out of the air. So.
Okay. But again, let's make it clear. Mike is not currently, at this moment, on supplemental. Have you ever been on? Well, you don't have to answer that. Just You're not
Once or
current.
twice because
Yeah,
of the
haven't
asthma.
we all at some point?
Gina, I'm not currently on any supplemental oxygen. Mike, anything
Well, I
else
also
for
did-
us?
I did. I actually did something nice and have documentation to prove it. So I thought
What?
I'd better let you know.
Yeah, what?
Well, this year was the 20th anniversary since my best friend died of cancer. And I know the three of you have all had brushes with cancer at some point in your life, close to you. I wanted to be able to plug it if I could.
Sure.
It's just on Amazon with an audio version on Audible, and
What
it's called
is?
The Legacy. Oh, sorry?
What is something you've written? Is that what it is?
It is. It's a 200-page book, and it's on Amazon. You can just type in the title.
Okay.
And it's called The Legacy of Samuel Airth, Airth.
Okay.
And just the way he faced cancer is the way that he taught me how to face basically every challenge in my life. And I think it has a really good message, and I'm just kind of trying to get that message out there in this crazy time to help people just kind of have some hope and face their own challenges.
All right,
so,
Mike. Mike, so what's your last name as the author of the book? What's your last name?
Armstrong.
Okay. All right, Mike. We'll look for it. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks for all you guys do. I appreciate
Thank you, Mike. All right.
Thank you.
Right.
What is it that we do exactly? What
I don't know.
all that we do? I appreciate all you do. Well, what is that exactly? I'm not clear as to what that might be. If you know what it is that we do,
Help us out.
877-602-9696 is the number to call and say, here's one thing that I'd like to thank you for in the all that you do list. So I'm not clear.
Hello.
Anybody? No, I didn't think so.
No.
I did something yesterday. I decorated my little studio area. I don't know if you see.
I
I got
noticed.
my buddy Jack here over my shoulder. And I put the witch poster. It's classic vintage witch poster. And I also have this that one of my kids made a while ago. It's a flashy lighted skeleton with sparkles on it.
It's not a skeleton. It's a skull.
A skull.
Specifically.
It's part of a skeleton.
Specifically a skull.
Does that glitter get everywhere though?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But do you want to hear how terrible I am?
What?
So
Well, you did something nice. You want to ruin it now?
So I'm getting the Halloween decorations out, and some of my Halloween decorations are like a headstone that says "Rest in Peace" on it, and skeletons, and this right here is the closest thing to a dead thing that I have up. Because it feels weird this year to put gravestones and skeletons. So my house is mostly decorated with witches and Nightmare Before Christmas things.
I think
and
it's
black
more-
cats and bats. But I laid off the skeletons and the headstones this year.
I think it is more appropriate to have them this year than ever. I think I'm gonna put a graveyard in my front yard.
It felt weird. I'm not kidding. I'm like, yeah, I have this big pillow that's got skull and crossbones all over it. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not putting that. It's happy cats and bats and silly witches. That's
I got a whole bunch of balls that are hanging that look like COVID molecules, and I'm going to hang them all over the front, in my front yard, in the tree. Let's just embrace it.
I don't know. I felt weird.
My favorite takeaway from everything you said, Gina, was silly witches.
Not scary. She, just a silly
You
witch.
They're
Silly
funny
witch.
witches,
You're
like
a silly witch.
like Granny
the Hocus
Goodwitch or
Pocus
whatever her
witches.
name was from the
Yeah.
from the Sugar Crisps.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, let's see if we have anything that's causing you trouble this morning. No, the only accident was on North Temple a little while ago, and it should have been cleared up by now because I don't see any red on my UDOT camera. I only see green. That means you've got free-flowing traffic this morning. Now, if you see something, please let us know. If you're on supplemental oxygen currently, we would like to know. You can text it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Amy Donaldson Sports, all coming up in the next break. And Ben McAdams will be here at 7, apparently.
Yes, well, that's what I hear anyway.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Now a message from the state of Utah about voting.
Yes, if you don't go to this website, you may not be able to vote. It's vote.utah.gov. Now, why do I say that? Well, what it means is you need to go there and check your status. It's really important that you make sure that you are registered to vote. You say, oh, no, I know I am. I really do know I am. Well, don't take the chance. Go to vote.utah.gov. Make sure that you are registered. And then, if you once you've got that taken care of, you'll be able to. Well, you'll know that you will receive a ballot in the mail, and that should start coming this week. And then vote, and vote early. Make sure that you vote early. Get your ballot in quickly. There's also a provision that you can vote in person if you choose to do that, but don't worry about that. Just go to vote.utah.gov, vote by mail, track your ballot, vote. It's important.
The music starts when Radio from Hell ends.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehigh, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800-SUBSPACE channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
These are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehigh Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehigh.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatlus on the missionaries. 400 quatlus on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskellion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
Oh, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehigh.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehigh? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Oh, but we couldn't take a Percy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
and I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
.35. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by
662 is still in effect at Strong Volkswagen. 6 months, no car payments. 6 years, no interest. And your rent or mortgage paid for 2 months. Plus, get a 2019 loaded Jetta from $12,900. Get details and unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
I don't know why this is happening. Lenny Kravitz has been in the news for several days in a row, mainly talking about what a great relationship he has with his ex-wife and her husband, Jason Momoa.
I know why.
Why is it, Kerry?
He has a book coming out.
Oh, he has a book. All right.
Yeah.
So these are stories that we've heard before about his great relationship with Lisa Bonet and Jason Momoa. But now we're going to hear him again over and over because he has a book coming out. Okay.
And there's lots of lovely shirtless pictures of him on the internet these
Gina?
days, which I am appreciative of.
Sorry, I'm going to ruin it for you. Lenny Kravitz says he's a vegan who grows all of his own food. He
Why
grows
is that?
all of his own food. I grow all my own food. I'm a vegan.
Why does that ruin it for me? That's
Doesn't
we don't
it,
have
Gina?
to have dinner.
Doesn't it really? I want you to think of the smell of Lenny Kravitz as he's out there in the garden with his shirt off.
You know, my youngest son Mohammed this weekend, who's our hunter outdoorsman, as you know, he's our. He was positing that there is no such thing as a vegan. Would you like to hear why?
All right, let's hear it.
Well, because when animals die, they decompose. They
Okay,
go down into the ground, and what grows from that?
Well,
Plants.
Let me just take that and explain to you what it means to be a vegan.
I don't believe there's any animal
no.
protein in a plant.
Well, but that's
They're made. They grow from animals.
There is-
There's
that does not
animal
work
in
that
their
way.
DNA. There's
No.
animal in there somewhere.
No,
It does
there
not
is-
work that
there
way.
is not.
Ask him to explain whether you can be vegan and have honey.
Oh,
Have him figure that one out.
There are people who say we
There
should
are-
not subject the
Yeah.
honeybee to, that's making them work for us. We shouldn't do that.
Because you're taking that from them.
Yeah.
You didn't get consent from the bees.
You just ask him. Ask him what plant it is that has animal protein in it.
those plants couldn't grow without animals. That's his point.
Well, okay, that's his point. Okay. The coronavirus pandemic worldwide has sickened more than 35,177,600 people, according to official counts. As of Monday, today, over 1 million people have died, and the virus has been detected in nearly every country. And does it show any signs of slowing down? No. Au contraire. It shows signs of gathering speed. The coronavirus pandemic is ebbing in some countries that were hit hard early on, but the number of new cases is growing faster than ever worldwide, with more than 200,000 reported every day on average. And the world's leader, of course, United States of America, as it should be. We're number one. Coronavirus in Utah, horrible over the weekend. Horrible. Sunday's coronavirus update, the Utah Department of Health reported 1,393 new cases statewide, the second highest daily total of since the pandemic, only behind September 25th's record number. The new report also added 24 new hospitalizations for a total of 175 current hospitalizations, and the state reported 2 new deaths on Sunday, both in Washington County, people between the ages of 65 and 84. One of them was a woman in a long-term care facility. So, she was on her way out anyway.
Well, I believe it was Chris Christie who said we're going to have to sacrifice some of our elderly to save the economy. Oops, Chris.
Along with the new cases came word that 8,214 new people tested, a one-day positive rate of 16.9%. The New York Times has a...
That's a lot.
Yep. The New York Times has a list of states and how they are performing when it comes to testing. The recommended testing rate. The CDC and other agencies have said we should be doing at least X number, tests should be doing at least X number of tests per day. And where do you think Utah falls in that? Bottom.
Yeah.
Bottom. So the figures that we have, the figures that I just gave you, are not a great indication of how bad it really is.
Why can't we set up on a grid system, like, so let's just take Salt Lake City, or for example, a grid, and there's a testing station for each, I don't know, 10,000 people. And you are required in that grid to go get tested. And then we know, okay, this grid over here, we've got a lot over here, you're required to go get tested. Everybody in your house goes.
Well, first of all, the word required has a problem. You'll have a problem with that. You can't make me. And
It's
second of all,
public
the
health.
reason we don't do it is political.
Herbert.
We don't want those numbers. We don't want to know.
But don't you, if you care about the economy, you want to get a handle on this. And if you know, there's this neighborhood over here that's really bad, we're going to ask that neighborhood to quarantine there's ways to get a handle on this if we know where the hot spots are. If you're waiting for people to go get tested because they feel like they need to, then that's all the information we have. We need to know people that aren't compelled to go get it done. And But I'm yelling about it, so.
Yep.
Oh, you're panicking, people.
I'm panicking. I'm sorry.
Doctors not involved in treating President Trump for COVID-19 said the fact that he's been started on dexamethasone, a generic steroid widely used in other diseases to reduce inflammation, is evidence that his case must be severe. Trump's medical team on Sunday said the president was started on the steroid after experiencing low oxygen levels, but his condition was improving and that he would be discharged from the hospital Monday, today. What I heard in the news conference description suggested the president has a more severe illness than the generally upbeat picture painted, said Dr. Daniel McQuillan, an infectious disease specialist at the Leahy Hospital and Medical Center in Massachusetts. More than 200 retired generals and admirals have endorsed Joe Biden for president. Some of these 200 retired generals and admirals worked in the Trump administration. They signed a letter supporting Biden. They said some of them had retired only in the last few years, including Air Force General Paul Selva, who served as vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Trump before he retired in August. There are several others as well. Claudia Conway, that's Kellyanne Conway's 15-year-old daughter, who has been pleading with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to adopt her.
My daughter follows her. She's the one that told me that Kellyanne Conway had COVID. She's like, I follow Claudia Conway, and she said her mom's sick.
Claudia revealed that her mother has tested positive for COVID-19 in a video. My mom has COVID, she said. And then in another video, Claudia claimed that her mother was coughing all around the house. She's coughing all around the house. And she announces, I believe Claudia says she has it as well now. An Australian woman, Gina, has learned the cause of her severe headaches. She had tapeworm larvae in her brain.
How do you get tape? She went swimming where she shouldn't, right?
The unidentified woman, a barista who had never traveled overseas, is the first case of the disease contracted in Australia, according to a new study in the American Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene. For 7 years, the woman had experienced migraines 2 or 3 times a month, and that would subside with prescribed migraine medication. But a recent headache that lasted more than a week and caused visual problems led her to seek treatment again. Doctors ordered an MRI. They thought maybe it was a tumor. It was not a tumor. It was a cyst of a tapeworm larva in her brain. So how did it get there? Well, people typically contract this disease from eating undercooked pork, which can carry tapeworm, or from coming into contact with food, water, soil contaminated with tapeworm eggs. Neither the woman nor her relatives had traveled to any of the regions where the tapeworm was common, but they did know she works as a barista and she interacted with people from other countries. So they think she somehow got it from someone else.
Don't
That
touch your
seems
face.
odd, doesn't
It works for tapeworms, too. Stop touching your face.
Gina is now warning tapeworms to not touch their faces, apparently.
You're panicking, people. Doesn't that story make you want to itch your ear, Gina?
Yes,
a little?
it does.
Yeah.
Don't.
Just reach in there. Just give it a good dig there. Take it like a pen.
Apparently,
you know.
apparently there's a show on Netflix that you should not watch.
Huh?
It's called American Murder, The Family Next Door.
Oh, I started it yesterday.
Yeah, you shouldn't watch it.
Why?
Apparently. It says that there are things in it that are so vivid and so disturbing that they shouldn't be there.
Oh, well, I haven't gotten that far into it yet. So.
It uses raw first-hand footage, including body cam footage, of the police visits to the family home. This is the story of a man who killed his 2 children and his wife.
Pregnant wife.
Yeah. Little kids. Mm-hmm. And there's body cam footage in there, and apparently a bunch of people who've seen it say, don't, don't watch it. It's too much.
Okay.
Yeah. Those of you who don't know or are just finding out about the case of Netflix, you're going to be sick, you're going to be infuriated, and you're going to be angry if you watch it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeez.
So.
Gina,
Yes.
text. I got a text. Science teacher here. All protein is made from the same recycled atoms. Muhammad is correct.
Excuse me.
That was the ultimate excuse me. Atoms.
There's no animal protein in plants.
That's what science teacher says. It's all the same stuff.
That's not what the science teacher said. It all comes from the same stuff, but there's no animal protein in plants.
You feel very strongly about this, Bill.
Argue with the science teacher.
All right.
Weather, traffic.
Okay, so we're still in that pattern of really warm October, 81 for a high today, and it is pretty smoky. There's that big fire in California that's still heading all the smoke our way. Thanks a lot, California. Your people and your smoke. Keep sending them all here, why don't you? There is a chance this weekend, though, we could have a change, feeling a little more October-like with cooler weather and some rain. But for the next 5 days, looks like we're in the 80s. So that's weather. Traffic been pretty light this morning. We had an earlier crash on State Street that's cleared up, but I do have a new one. Northbound I-15, 8th North in Orem. It is off to the right shoulder. And that's it. That's the only accident I'm seeing. What are you seeing? Or do you want to correct us on something? Or are you on supplemental oxygen currently? Whatever it is, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right, we got Amy Donaldson Sports brought to you by.
On the hunt for a trophy truck or SUV, $3,500 more for your trade and not a payment until next year. Your trophy ride is at National.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my fault.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Hi, Amy Donaldson Sports.
Hello.
Amy is, of course, a writer for the Deseret News. Excuse me. I've been trying not to do that for 10 minutes. She's a writer for the Deseret News. She does all kinds of reporting and sports reporting. You can read her stuff in the Deseret News. Just go to DeseretNews.com. Also online, AD on Sports on Twitter. So, sports us.
I will. I'm also not on oxygen, just FYI. Although that does sound good right now. I've talked so much, I'm losing my voice. So, let's see the NBA playoffs. We have the Heat beating the Los Angeles Lakers yesterday, 115-104. It probably means nothing, but the significance was the Heat were without 2 of their stars. They're allegedly hoping to get them back if they can hold the Lakers off for another game or 2. But Jimmy Butler, a guy much maligned before the last series, he scored his first triple-double of his career in the playoffs, 40 points, 13 assists, and 11 rebounds. Also had a couple blocks. A great performance from him. But the next game is Tuesday, and we'll see if LeBron and company, it's a big mystery as to whether or not they'll bounce back. But that's the NBA. NFL, you had some nice performances from locals yesterday. Former BYU cornerback Michael Davis made his first career pick six. He intercepted my favorite and Gina's favorite, Tom Brady, of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers now, and ran it back 78 yards for a touchdown. It did make a difference as the Los Angeles Chargers beat the Buccaneers 38-31, and causing our friend Tom Brady just a little bit more distress. So maybe this will shove him into retirement, right?
Although I think apparently he had, aside from that one interception, an amazing game.
He looked great. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Also, though, Julian Blackmon from the U, everyone will remember him because he's just a rookie. He is his first interception of his NFL career playing for the Colts, and it helps the Colts beat the Bears 19-11. Also of significance, the Bills are 3-0. They beat the Raiders 30-23, and the Eagles beat San Francisco. College football, BYU making some history here. They're number 15 in the coaches poll, and they
with an asterisk.
No,
you guys are
Gina,
just such haters. I can't,
There's got to
Gina,
be
they're
one.
number one among independents.
But not everybody is playing. This is not a real year.
So they're doing very well among the people that are playing.
They're number 15 there, and we'll see. I mean, they're playing really well. I mean, there's much debate about the quality of opponent and all of that, but they did beat Louisiana Tech 45-14. Zach Wilson, I think he's ranked number 2 among quarterbacks in efficiency in the country. He won the Walter Camp Football National Player of the Week for his performance against Louisiana Tech on Friday night. So, yeah, it's BYU is enjoying an amazing season, and we'll see what happens. They play.
You're being nice.
They play the University of Texas San Antonio. The Roadrunners, my favorite mascot. They play them next. Also, I think also in Provo. So we'll see what happens there. Utah season doesn't start until November 7th. So,
Amy, you're being excused, Meade.
Apparently, did I get something wrong?
You got the Chargers Tampa Bay score reversed.
That's what I thought too.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, Tampa Bay.
Did they lose?
Tampa Bay won the game.
They won.
Entirely possible. I was really focused on Tom Brady.
Right. It happens.
Who had a great game and they won.
There you go. Let him win.
Sorry.
But it doesn't change the fact that he got intercepted by a BYU player, so a former BYU player.
No, it doesn't change that fact at all.
RSL did not have a great game, and they lost 3-1, playing without some of their starters, and it was ugly. They play, I think, again on Wednesday against Seattle, and Seattle leads the West. The Utah Royals, they earn a draw in their last home game at Rio Tinto against the Portland Thorns. And we have Major League Baseball postseason. Also, I mean, all of these things are unusual, historic, weird because of COVID. So they've changed the playoffs a little bit, but the divisional round, they begin today. So if you're interested in baseball.
I'm not. Not really.
It's just a little overwhelming to have all this happening all at once. Usually these things are nicely spaced out throughout the year so you can enjoy different sports at different times, but we've got everything.
You can pay attention. For me, it's pay attention at different times, right?
Yeah.
But it feels like our political game is a sport as well, so it all feels very sportsy to me.
Amy, do you have I know you've been out of town and stuff, but as far as local high school sports goes, what's happening there?
Well, they're actually enjoying some playoffs as well. I believe it was women's tennis. They played, I think, this last weekend. That's what I should have looked up instead of the NFL and Tom Brady. I didn't look it up, but they are playing. And then high school football, which has had a half dozen cancellations in the last 2 weeks because of some districts are, if they shut down a school, they're not participating in sports or they're shutting down activities for 2 weeks as well. Some are continuing to play. But Timpview High School claimed their third straight 5A girls tennis title. And I think Roland Hall, they won the 3A girls title. That's what I remember from my brain. From
your brain?
I think, and girls soccer is playing this week, 4A, or 5A and 6A.
Okay.
So,
and
read the Deseret
also,
News. James Edward has it all. Read the Deseret News.
Okay.
All right.
And the Patriots and
I
Chiefs
do know
just...
that Riverton High School football beat Bingham for the first time in like 15 or 16 years.
There's some
Okay.
high school. And just a quick note on the Patriots and Chiefs, because Cam Newton tested positive for coronavirus and they had to cancel their game. It was rescheduled for tonight.
Apparently Cam Newton was playing really well with the Patriots, too. And your husband, Ed Brass, points out that Beaver High School beat Kanab High School 56-7 for their 21st in a row win.
Well, there you
There
go.
you go.
Thank you, Amy.
The combination, the team effort today. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, bye.
All right, traffic, Gina.
It's a team effort on traffic, meaning I need you to send some to me. Text it 33986 because I have nothing to tell you about so far. Maybe you have something to tell me. Text it in and we will pass it along. 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boners Round 1 coming up, Big Boy News, and Ben McAdams is going to call in.
The Congressman, Ben McAdams?
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay.
So let's take a break. We'll be back. Here's a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
Look, maybe you got laid off because of the coronavirus pandemic. Maybe you've been furloughed and you're waiting for your job to come back. Whatever that, you may want to look for something new. Maybe you want to change your career. This is a time to do it. So whether you're looking for the same type of work or you completely want to change and reinvent yourself, you've got some options. There are a lot of jobs available in Utah right now. So if you go to the Department of Workforce Services website, you can find them there. The Workforce Services, they put everything together in one place. You just go to jobs.utah.gov, jobs.utah.gov. Take a look at what industries in Utah are hiring, which ones are strong, what the pay rates are, all of that. Then Workforce Services will help you find a new career or just a new job temporarily if that's all you need. So go to jobs.utah.gov.
A lot of Utah.
So I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy.
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's
is the bearer.
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Oh, what was that?" Huh?
Although, wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause is,
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up? Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's a better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because...
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who listen to the show. You're smarter than we are.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
It is 7:05 right now, and we've got Ben McAdams on the phone.
As far as I know, that 4th District 4th District Congressman Ben McAdams is the only person in Washington to have a picture of the Radio from Hell morning show on his office wall. Is that is probably true?
The one and only. Yeah.
Good morning. It's nice to hear from you. Anyway, I wish I could see you in person. Sitting here with us, but that's not possible. I don't know where to start. You are in an unbelievably, impossibly tight race with Burgess Owens for your seat, but I guess you probably expected nothing less, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a really close race. The district is just it's a district. It's actually the most Republican district in the country that's represented by a Democrat. So, I've always had my work cut out for me, and I've got to be able to prove to people, why they're better off having me in there. So that's my job. I don't mind it at all.
I guess that may be, when you think of it that way, it's a very Republican district. You're a Democrat. And people who are liberal like us can be very critical of some of the votes you take because you side with Donald Trump on certain things and vote that way.
Why do you have to put it that way, Bill? Why can't you say side with the Republicans?
Because it's true. And also you just voted on the latest pandemic relief bill. You voted against your party, essentially, and voted to not approve it, even though it had bipartisan support. Is that because you have Republicans in your district?
Well, it's funny. If you look at my social media, it seems like it's constantly I'm getting hit by people saying I'm not liberal enough and others saying I'm not conservative enough, and you just can't keep anybody happy. But, you look at it just by the numbers. I am the most independent member of Congress from the Utah delegation. And actually, I'm the number 2 most independent in the entire Congress, somebody who's willing to vote against their party. And it's a couple of things. I think, first of all, my job title, I'm Representative Ben McAdams, but I also tell people that's my job description, is to represent my district. Mm-hmm. And so my district is, is a mixture of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And I take seriously my duty to represent them and try and forge a consensus amongst my districts. But, to talk about the most recent coronavirus bill, I was actually really frustrated with that because I'm hearing from small businesses and individuals and families, Republicans and Democrats, who are saying we need help. The virus is spreading. Utah keeps seeing our case count go up. Businesses are on the verge of bankruptcy, and they say we need help. And that bill, while it had overwhelming Democratic support, it had zero chance of getting through the Senate and signed by the president. And so my vote, no vote, there were a lot of things I like in there. And if that bill had a chance of moving forward, it would be a different story. But my no vote was to say a symbolic vote is not good enough. We need to stay at the table. And, the House and the Senate and the White House are still talking. So a no vote was really sending a signal to Democratic leadership that it is not good enough to just pass a symbolic gesture and go home. Mm-hmm. We need to stay at the table, and we need to get a deal done.
And you said there was a bunch of stuff in there, I guess, just that what didn't have anything to do with pandemic coronavirus relief anyway, right?
Yeah, that's right. So it had, for example, one of the things that my colleagues on the East Coast are still upset about is the state and local tax, the SALT tax, that imposed really a tax increase on wealthy homeowners. It means you can't deduct your home mortgage, essentially, if you're in a high income area. Uh-huh. That really adds up. And so it's removing the SALT tax. And they're fine to push that. I understand why they want to repeal that SALT tax, but I don't think that had any business being a negotiating point in the coronavirus bill. Mm-hmm. That can wait until a future piece of legislation. But they're saying the coronavirus bill is a must-pass piece of legislation, so sticking it in there is the way to get it done, they think. And I think we need to help businesses now, and we can debate that later.
So the coronavirus, you have an intimate knowledge of the coronavirus. you got it, and you were even hospitalized for a number of days because of it. Talk a little bit about what it's like, and are you suffering any ill effects from it?
Yeah, I was really sick. I got it really early on in March, the same week that the NBA canceled their season. Mm-hmm. And I was about 7 days into it, I was hospitalized, and I spent 8 days in the hospital. I was on supplemental oxygen for much of that time.
Are you currently on supplemental oxygen? Are you currently?
Maybe I need to be, but I'm not.
Are you okay?
No, I'd say I'm 99% better. I still feel when I exercise some tightness in my lungs, but I can exercise no problem. My doctors say I should make 100% recovery. And I'm actually giving plasma, so they're using my plasma to help other people get better. So I'm doing okay, doing well.
Good. That's very good. There's a lot of money in this race, but with Burgess Owens, that's coming in from outside of the state of Utah, from various PACs and deep money and dark money and all of that stuff. A lot of it into the Burgess Owens campaign. Are you getting a lot of out-of-state and PAC money for your campaign?
Well, we are actually raising. Most of my money comes from people in Utah. We're getting a lot of support from around the country of just small dollar stuff. People who see how close this race is and want to see actually honestly some of the concerning positions that Burgess Owens has taken and are worried about his candidacy. And so we're getting a lot of grassroots support from around the country. But I'll tell you, if you watch TV these days, you can't go 5 minutes without seeing 4 or 5 ads either attacking me or supporting me. Mm-hmm. And if I had my way, the best thing to do would be to keep all of these outside groups out, either even the ones supporting me or the ones opposing me. Just keep them out and let Utah candidates tell voters where they stand on the issues. It's those big super PACs that I think run such negative messages that are just frustrating. But
one of the ones that stands out for me, Congressman, is the nuclear testing.
Yeah,
can you talk about that a little bit?
Talk about that, yeah.
Yeah, this is something that is really concerning to me. Utahns know, what happened when the federal government was testing nuclear weapons in our backyard for decades. Tens of thousands of Utahns got cancer and died, and the government lied to us about it. And so President Trump has a plan now to restart nuclear testing. In fact, the Senate has appropriated millions of dollars to get the site ready, the Nevada test site that's just outside of St. George, to get that site ready to resume nuclear testing, which would again spread fallout all over Utah. And, Burgess Owens was asked what he thought about that and said that absolutely he would support restarting nuclear testing. He said we should support everything President Trump wants to do in that arena. Now, I think that's really alarming. I grew up in Utah, raising my kids here in Utah. We do not want explosive nuclear weapons testing in our backyard. And it's concerning that we would have a candidate for Congress who is out in front putting the interest of anybody ahead of really the life and safety of people right here in Utah.
Ben McAdams, there are rumors that you've been creeping around in the dark outside of people's homes, leaving campaign signs.
Now, here's how this all went down.
Okay.
I tweeted out to him, hey, I need a sign in front of my house because I got a crazy neighbor down the street who's got a Burgess Owens sign. I'd like to counter program. And so then Ben said, give me your address, I'll get one to you. And it never arrived. And then I tweeted him over the weekend. I said, look, I'll trade that sign for a chance to get Kamala Harris on the phone while she's here in Utah. How about that instead? And I guess that means we're not going to get Kamala because Ben came to my house during the night and stuck a sign up in front of my house.
Santa McAdams coming to your house in the night?
Will you be at the debate, Ben McAdams? Will you be at the vice president debate?
I don't think I'm going to be at the debate. It sounds like the tickets are pretty limited. It's at Kingsbury Hall, but from what I've heard, they only have like 50 or 60 tickets, and many of those are going to go to students. I hear they're going to do a lottery to give out tickets to students. So I don't think they have space for just regular members of the community. So I don't think I'll be there. I'll certainly be watching it on TV, though.
All right.
Ben McAdams, 4th Congressional District in race against Burgess Owens.
And we should say that we're reaching out to Burgess Owens also to have him on the show. So
we equal time.
Give him a chance to talk.
Yeah, we want to talk to him about QAnon and all of that kind of stuff.
Nuclear testing.
Yeah, and nuclear testing. All right, thanks, Ben McAdams. Nice to hear from you. Haven't seen you for a long time, but I'm glad you're better and stay safe.
Well, according to the picture, you look great.
Yeah, you look great in your picture. So
yeah, and I want my sign. Bill wants his sign.
Yeah, and I want my sign
all right,
too.
Send me your messages, and I'll send me your addresses, and we'll get them out to you.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, BenMcAdams.com. Anybody else wants to sign? BenMcAdams.com.
Everyone's been asking. Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. See you.
All right. There you go. And you can see Ben out in front of my house.
Yeah, that's funny. That is your house, I can tell.
It is. At RFHKERRY is my Twitter.
Creeping around in the night.
I would have loved to have seen him, but I'm glad he didn't know.
Some kind of cat burglar.
I would have been asleep. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see. It's a good time for creeping around because you won't be hindered by any accidents, at least as far as I can see. But what can you see? I need you to text it to me, 33986, and I'll pass it along. Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
Boner's round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1, hey, a good selfie is worth it. Boner candidate number 2, he headed right to the Jack-in-the-Box. And number 3, crowds gather to protest masks.
All right. We got round 1 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. And Red Butte Gardens, they've got some interesting things going on for the holiday.
For Halloween.
This is so great because if you want to go at night, which is kind of fun time to go for Halloween stuff, you do have to buy tickets for that. But during the day, it's free.
Yeah, it's a botanical garden, but in October, Red Butte Gardens is a botanical garden. A month-long celebration of Halloween. You can enjoy safe activities, live local entertainment, and more during their outdoor family-friendly experience at the garden. Monday through Sunday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. through all of October. Now, pre-register online for all dates and times. Reserve your spot at www.redbuttegarden.org. That's redbuttegarden.org. See what's going on for Halloween. Take your kids to the Botanical Gardens at Red Butte Garden.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
No.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God. And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry to say, no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Bunk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right. 18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Okay, 7:22 right now. Time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Yes, we do this again at 8:20 with 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there. We'll take the winner of each round and put them against each other this morning at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. All right, let's get it. This is round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I just want to make sure we have an accurate count of how many boner T-shirts we are giving away and how many are in the big box of boner T-shirts we have that people can't come pick up yet. I just want to make sure we still have enough to... Yeah, okay, Katie says yes. Yeah. So it's the promise of a boner T-shirt you're getting.
Mm-hmm. Do we have enough promises? That's what I want to know.
No, you're full of promises. Just backing them up is...
Someday we'll figure out how to get prizes to people.
I know, wouldn't that
There's
be nice?
probably... you would think there'd be some sort of logistics that would make that possible. But,
you'd think. But
yeah. Here's boner candidate number 1. Listen, a good selfie is worth it. 2 college students have been hospitalized after plummeting 4 stories while they were trying to take a selfie on a rooftop party. At a rooftop party. The incident occurred at 2 o'clock on a Saturday morning. I'm sure everybody here was masked up and social distancing.
Oh, sure.
Temple University students partying and drinking on a rooftop in North Philadelphia when 2 women who were reportedly trying to take a selfie together ended up falling off the roof and landing in an alleyway 4 floors below. One of the students suffered leg and ankle injuries. The other is in critical but stable condition with injuries to multiple parts of her body. I was delivering pizza back to my friends, and I saw ambulances everywhere and police cars everywhere, said a neighbor in the area. I feel bad for my friend who was there and saw it and had a really rough night trying to deal with it emotionally. Somebody who actually witnessed it. That would be pretty horrible, really.
Yeah.
But, I mean... Well, I guess a good selfie is worth it, all in all. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. And then he headed right to the Jack-in-a-Box. Idaho Falls, according to the police there, they say a man pushed over a woman in a wheelchair and sent her to the hospital. On Monday, Idaho Falls police officers responded to a call, a domestic disturbance call. They found a paralyzed woman bound to an electric wheelchair lying on the ground. Police said that the suspect, 24-year-old Daniel Bocanegra, ran from the house before police arrived. Court documents said that the victim got into an argument with Bocanegra. He allegedly got upset and shoved her wheelchair backward. The chair tipped backward, and the victim fell, landing on her neck. An ambulance took the woman to the hospital. Court documents indicated that the suspect, Mr. Bocanegra, was found at a Jack in the Box, a fast food restaurant. He was arrested without incident, charged with domestic battery. Bocanegra told officers that he and the victim were arguing when his foot got caught under the electric wheelchair, and he accidentally
I see.
That's such an unfortunate series of events that led to the...
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, he headed right to the Jack in the Box. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, crowds gather to protest masks.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1, coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by...
Every day at Subway restaurants, you get a different 6-inch sub of the day on your choice of bread with any veggies you want for a great low price. At participating restaurants, extras additional plus tax, no additional discounts or coupons.
Well, good news. The product we've all been waiting for. Emily Ratajkowski has added sweatpants to her Inamorata bikini line. So that's great.
Good.
That's great news, isn't it? And Gina, you didn't have us pick a horse, or you didn't pick a horse for us.
That's my sports.
Apparently, it didn't matter. A skydiver won the Preakness, so I don't know how you're going to explain that in sports. But somehow, a skydiver won a horse race. I'm sure you'll explain all of that in the sports.
I will.
That you didn't alert us to, and you didn't pick a horse for us. So this article in the New York Times, is your state doing enough coronavirus testing?
No.
The number of daily coronavirus tests being conducted in the United States is 71% of the level considered necessary. Got that? 71% of the level considered necessary for testing. To mitigate the spread of the virus, many states are struggling to increase testing. Only 11 states met the targeting tests, or the testing target. 8 were near, 32 far below the target. And, of course, Utah, one of those 32 states, far below. An average of 911,000 tests per day were performed over the past week, according to data collected by the COVID Tracking Project, and that's well below the current nationwide target of 1.3 million tests per day. That target is based on a methodology developed by researchers at Harvard Global Health Institute, and it's different for each state, and it varies over time as infection rates change, but it is a target to say this will give you an accurate picture, and that is what will really help you get a handle on how the coronavirus is affecting your state and your city. But Utah, sorry, we're way below. Several senators who have come into contact with Mike Lee, Utah's COVID senator, several senators now have had to quarantine because they all came into contact with Mike Lee. So far, Republican Senators Ted Cruz, of course, he and Ted Cruz are, well, they're blood brothers. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you know that, but at a ceremony, in a ceremony at Mike Lee's, Mike Lee had a penknife, and he took it and he cut his hand, and then Ted Cruz cut his hand, and they shook hands. I like when they did that in the. You watched the first 2 episodes of Fargo, Carrie?
Not yet. No, we've decided to hang on to those and binge them.
That might be a good idea. It's a dense show.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on there. But I will tell you this, there are 2 families that are featured. There's the Cannon family and the Fata family. The Cannons and the Fatas.
Cannon Fata.
Cannon Fata.
Cannon Fata, really?
Cannon Fata,
That's
yeah.
a little...
They are all, I mean, I didn't even notice it. I read it. I watched them, but I read that.
Well, I think I'm going to enjoy it. I saw the promo where one of the characters stole a line from another, Coen Brothers project. Girl, you got a panty on your head.
We have a girl, you got a panty on your head? Oh.
Oh, I thought that was stolen from the Trent Harris movie that I was in, Delightful Water Universe, where somebody said to me, boy, you got a panty on your head.
Now, that was stolen from Raising Arizona.
Because I did have a panty on my head. But, if you want to see me with a panty on my head, yes?
No, I just got this text, and I was going to, I want, maybe Gina knows, or it's a text from Shasta in New York. My daughter woke up with a fever and nausea this morning. The schools here require every child who has any symptoms to be tested and have proof of negative COVID results before they can return to school. So they'll be testing today. Are they doing that here?
Have proof of negative tests? I don't know.
Don't think we're doing that here?
I think we're a lot of the honor system,
No,
unfortunately.
they're not. They are not. And in New York, Bill de Blasio, the mayor of New York, is considering shutting down certain neighborhoods in New York because of spikes in coronavirus, apparently mainly among Jewish neighborhoods where people are getting together to celebrate the holidays. In a memo to a senior staff on Friday morning, Mark Short, Vice President Mike Pence's chief of staff, encouraged everyone to stay away from their offices in the old executive building while contact tracing was going on. On Saturday, he held an all-staff conference call to discuss what the coming weeks would look like while President Trump remains under treatment for the coronavirus, and later he reiterated the message that staff members should work from home. At the Trump campaign headquarters in Virginia, Bill Sepien, the campaign manager, who tested positive for the virus himself, has instructed staff members to wear a mask, wash your hands, socially distance, check in via the Live Safe app on a daily basis, and work from home if you are not feeling well. Mark Meadows, the White House chief of staff, delivered no guidance to the president's aides about how they were expected to behave in a moment of crisis, but the West Wing has been a ghost town since Trump's departure for Walter Reed Military Medical Center on Friday. This is affecting government in a very serious way. Senators testing positive, Mike Lee's buddies testing positive for coronavirus, White House staffers afraid to come to work.
Who's keeping an eye on the country?
Who's doing the work of the government? That's what and who's doing it anyway? I heard a shocking statistic the other day that of the X number of positions that a new president is supposed to fill, jobs that are supposed to be filled by a president, they haven't been filled in almost 4 years.
Ever.
Yeah. Some of them have, some of them are temporary people, but there are still people working from previous administrations, and then there are some jobs that just they haven't been filled.
Bill, this is the greatest country on the planet.
I'm not on any supplemental oxygen at this moment. Democratic Senator Kamala Harris has arrived in Utah. She'll take a quick tour of the state. She went to This Is the Place monument up by Hogle Zoo. She, of course, is the running mate of former Vice President Joe Biden. She went up to the This Is the Place monument. She knew a lot about, she's well briefed. She knew a lot about the history of Utah to begin with, and so went up and looked around and made appropriate comments about.
She said, "Let's put our shoulder to the wheel."
She
gave
did.
it the...
Did she?
Yes, she did, in fact. I said, there's a person who's been briefed.
Yes, and again, we're lighting up the Soros signal here. Any of our friends who are listening, who are connected with Kamala being here in Salt Lake City, we'd love to have Kamala Harris on the show.
Senator Harris.
Senator Harris, she's soon to be vice president.
And the Mormon Church has said, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, new temples that are being built. They've announced a bunch of them, and not all of them anymore, and fewer, as a matter of fact, have the Angel Moroni statue on them. Isn't that interesting?
Really?
Yeah. Now, why that's being done, nobody's. All they're saying about that is it just depends on the architectural design of the temple, whether it seems to fit or whether it seems to fit the neighborhood. Now, they're never going to take the Angel. I mean, the Angel Moroni will go back on top of the Salt Lake Temple for sure. But there are many temples being built now don't have it. It's like they don't want them to quite be identified as such. And finally this. I'd heard this story last week, but I just love it. Costco has this great deal on a hot dog. They sell a hot dog, the Polish dog, and a drink for like $1.50. And they always have. And they lose money on it. It's not something that it's a loss leader. And people love the Costco hot dog. They love it a lot. Well, the CEO of Costco recently has said, well, we got to stop selling this hot dog. We're going to just take it off the menu. We got to stop selling it. We're losing our shirts on this. Well, the founder of Costco, the chairman, said, if you take the hot dog off the menu, I will kill you.
I will kill you?
Yes.
He said I will kill you?
That's exactly what he said. If you take it off...
He threatened death?
Yes. If you take that hot dog, or if you raise the price of the hot dog, or take it off the menu, the man, and I think he's still like the chairman of the board or
Mr.
something.
Costco?
Yeah, the guy who founded Costco said, I'll kill you.
Wow. And I was going to say you'll have a riot in the streets. I thought I was being hyperbolic, but no.
No, Costco co-founder Jim Senegal said, I will kill you. He said, if you raise the effing hot dog price, I will kill you. Figure it out.
And so serious, man.
Wow.
And so the current CEO said, what was I to do?
I don't want to be killed.
Yeah.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Okay, so we're in this pattern of pretty warm for October, low 80s for highs, looks like through most of the week. We do have hazy skies due to the California fires that are still sending their smoke and their people here for some reason.
Now a record number of acreage burned in California.
Yeah, wow. It's that glass fire is just horrible. And we do have some Utah firefighters. They're helping out with the fire, which is nice that we're helping out with that. But it is making our air quality bad, at least for the next few days. Now, we might have a storm coming in this weekend that might clear that out a little bit, cool things down a little bit, make things a little more wet than they have been in months, I think. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you, as we like to say. Traffic, I want to let you know about some road closures around the University of Utah. This will be associated with the vice presidential debate happening on Wednesday. University Street roadway closed between 1st South and 3rd South. Bill, you need to know about all these. This is all right around your house.
Hey, I ain't going anywhere. No, wait a minute. Say, when is this Wednesday? When is this?
So this starts. This is from now through Wednesday. Yeah. 1st South roadway closed to all eastbound, westbound traffic starting Tuesday, October 6th through Wednesday, October 7th. All vehicles parked on the street between University Street and Walcott Street will have to relocate no later than 10 p.m. on Thursday. 1st South, I would just avoid that.
What? The debate's Wednesday, right?
Yeah, but it'll take them time to clear out all the, semis of equipment and things they're bringing in. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's your traffic. Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
Here's boner candidate number 3. What did I call this one exactly? Crowds gather to protest masks. It's a very simple story. People on Friday gathered at the Provo Courthouse for the Utah Freedom Rally, an event to protest the recent mask mandate ordered by the county commission. Utah County residents have been some of the most vocal, it says here in the Salt Lake Tribune, against the mask requirement, holding several protests and demonstrations, this despite Utah County having one of the highest rates of COVID-19. That's all there is to the story. And then there's picture after picture after picture of a bunch of morons in Utah County. It's a war on hugs and smiles, says that sign.
Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah.
People waving their American flags, sitting in their lawn chairs at the Provo courthouse. Some people carrying guns.
Of course, because you got to shoot that virus, man.
Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
We had boner candidate number 1. Listen, a good selfie is worth it. 2 college students plummeting 4 stories, injuring themselves severely while trying to take a selfie at a rooftop party in Philadelphia. Boner candidate number 2, he headed right to the jack-of-the-box. Police say that a man pushed over a woman's wheelchair, sending her to the hospital and him straight to the fast food restaurant. And boner candidate number 3, crowds gather to protest masks.
Okay, here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. See, if it wins here, it's not boner of the day. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. And we take both of those winners and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide boner of the day. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 1 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another way is to call 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 5, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1 of your boner voting. Here we go.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Well, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, 3rd cave on the left, just past the 2nd snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time.
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehi's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say,
Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system. Mr. Kenobi?
Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC.
Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehi, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
Right now, time to award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by a hamburger.
And Fink and McGregor Mortgage is made simple. Call Fink and McGregor today for your free mortgage analysis. 801-264-9494. That's 801-264-9494.
Boner candidate number one was a good selfie is worth it. Two college students plummeting 4 stories off of a roof trying to take a selfie. Boner candidate number 2, he headed right to the Jack in the Box. A man pushing over a woman's wheelchair, and then she went to the hospital. He went to Jack in the Box for, I guess, a hamburger. And boner candidate number 3, crowds gather to protest masks at a freedom rally in Utah County. Trevor won a boner T-shirt, and the clear-cut winner was boner candidate number 3, crowds gather to protest masks.
Okay, that's your winner of round one. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. Round 2 happening at 8:20. We get another winner there. We take both winners, put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you decide boner of the day. Email of interest.
Some people may have seen that I tweeted this email and my reply to it at RFH Bill over the weekend. This is an email that came to us, I think, on Friday, and I was nonplussed by it. I just like, what? And I thought about not replying at all. I usually don't, but sometimes I just kept stewing over it, and I finally had to write a response. But here's the email. I'm going to leave a couple of things out of it, and I'm not going to identify who sent it. It was not sent anonymously, though.
Oh, really? Okay.
No. It wasn't sent anonymously. I just, on Twitter, and for this, I'm not going to, say who it was. But anyway, it says, Lords and Lady, I've listened to you all frequently, and I have a request. Please stop spreading panic and paranoia about COVID. Let me explain. I agree with you that we should all wear masks. We should social distance, wash our hands frequently. No disagreement there. However, COVID is not a death sentence. The vast majority that get it have minimal to no symptoms. I would just, and then he goes on to talk about hospitalization and so forth. Then it says, I hear the panic and paranoia in your voices. We should stay home. We should avoid people. What's wrong with people? Well, I don't need to stay home, but I do need to be smart when I go out. I don't need to avoid people. I just need to be smart when I'm interacting with them. I don't need to live in a bunker for the rest of the year. I still go to restaurants. I still go to activities. I still go to work. But I do it protecting myself. Others may not choose to protect themselves, but I set myself up in a way that their decisions don't impact me. I hear Gina yell daily at people to just stop, and I sense the frustration in her voice. People aren't going to live in submission, but if they can live in a more intelligent way, living in fear and anxiety is not healthy. Just be smarter, that's all. I can't control others, but I can control what happens to me. Side note, I'm a nurse. We have treated people with infections for many years and held the hands of those dying before COVID. I have treated COVID patients and seen them succumb to the disease. We will continue to treat people with COVID and hold their dying hands. But we won't live in fear or paranoia. And it was signed. Thanks for letting me listen and sign. And I stewed over it because there are things in that email that I agree with in a way. But we do have to find ways to live with this. We do have to find those ways.
Mm-hmm.
But then I just decided I'd say this. I don't think we, meaning the Radio from Hell show, I don't think we're spreading panic and paranoia about COVID. I wish we were. Then maybe more people would take extra precautions, as you indicate that you do. And this virus would not continue to infect thousands of people every day. It shows no signs of stopping here in Utah, no signs of stopping in Florida, no signs of stopping in other parts of the world. So what's the big deal? Who cares if COVID continues to infect people all around the world unabated? It doesn't matter, because as you say in your email to us, minimal to no symptoms, right? And if those symptoms are mild and minimum, and if COVID isn't a death sentence, then why do you care? Why are you taking any precautions that you claim you're taking in your email? You get a little COVID, you cough, you lose your sense of taste or smell for a while, you feel kind of tired, and then everything is just sunshine and lollipops after that, right?
Yep.
But there are 209,000 people dead in the United States alone. Over 1 million worldwide, and I don't see any sign of it stopping or even slowing down. And the reason for that, if the experts, scientists and doctors and like that, the reason for that is that not enough people are doing the bare minimum to stop the virus, even after we've been talking about it for months on end. The people who get that mild, barely noticeable, cute, cuddly little coronavirus, well, they're the ones who are spreading it to those millions plus and counting people who are dead. They're the ones spreading it. Sure, mild symptoms, you bet. So, can you hear the panic and paranoia in my voice? I don't know, maybe you can. But if it's there, can you blame me? And if the next time you hold the hand of a dying coronavirus patient, as you say you have, make sure you whisper to them just before they leave their mortal remains behind, tough luck. I'm sure they'll be comforted by the fact that you refuse to live in panic and fear. Mr. Nurse.
Which I'm suspicious of, by the way.
I don't know.
And I went on a rant after you posted that.
Mm-hmm.
I had a Twitter rant.
It's so stupid that the person sending that email can't see the logic of the fact that, sure, there are lots of people who get coronavirus and they recover from it. And many of them, it's a minor inconvenience in a way. It's, for some, like Ben McAdams, it was pretty tough. But there are people who go, I was kind of like having a cold or the flu, and that I got over.
And there's no way of knowing how it will affect you.
No, there isn't. And that's all well and good, but where do the people who are dead get the disease? They got it from those people.
Mm-hmm.
They got it from those people.
I was fascinated to read in that email that apparently we're the cause of all the problem.
Spreading fear.
This show alone is the cause of all the panic. I mean, I know a lot of people listen to us, but I didn't realize.
My response is too long to read here, but if you go to my Twitter feed, you can.
What was the? Can you sum it up a little bit for people? Because there's a lot of good stuff in there, but just
there is.
Well, I can read it real quick, I guess.
Sure.
If I may pile on, we've interviewed many doctors, nurses, epidemiologists, scientists. Not one of them has told us to back off our message. Utah has unique blessings of geography, economy, and population that have kept us largely behind the impact until recently. Italy, Spain, New York were blindsided. Don't you think if they had the information that we do now, they would have, quote-unquote, panicked, yelled it from the rooftops, or perhaps their local radio station? It's hard to prove a negative, that our best efforts are keeping something bad from happening. Let's quit being a bunch of spoiled babies that are tired of being told what to do. Americans don't do very well with not being able to do whatever they want whenever they want. If it takes a dumb morning radio show to keep the message out there, so be it. And then I said, Carrie and Bill and I happen to love all of you precious Utahns, and we want to do what we can to help keep you happy and healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
Yes.
Simple as that. And then I see Utah County on Friday, Freedom Rally. Freedom Rally, no masks. What do you expect? Nurse, Mr. Nurse?
Our attorney Wade Taylor. X96, fear-mongering for decades. You may want to think about that as a slogan. Because
that's a good one, yeah.
Let's get a billboard going.
Yeah. Traffic, Gina, please.
We've got a crash northbound I-215 west ramp to go westbound SR-201 in Salt Lake. It's the right shoulder being affected there. Crash 5600 south 7th east in Murray. 2 eastbound left lanes are closed, and the southbound right lane is closed. And let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program sent in any traffic there. You can do that, or let us know if you're on supplemental oxygen currently at 33986.
I personally, I am not right at this moment on supplemental oxygen. Not at all.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. We got round 2 of your boners coming up. Bill Frost will be on the phone. All on the way. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Clear vision without glasses or contact lenses. Carrie can attest to the fact that it's wonderful.
Yeah, like I said, I got a big package of photographs, old photographs from my sister. Mm-hmm. She went through Dad's stuff and found them all. And there's so many pictures of me with my glasses on. And I'm like, oh, God, so glad that that's not an issue anymore.
That's because Carrie went to Hoops Vision, as did I, and many of our family members. 2020 has asked a lot of us, asked us to consider doing some hard things. But here's an easy thing. Just call Hoops Vision and check out their LASIK procedure. And right now, you can get $1,000 off LASIK at Hoops. That's $500 per eye. There's never been a better time to enjoy the vision that you deserve. So call 877-30-LASIK. That's LASIK, 877-30-LASIK, or visit hoopsvision.com. Make your free, no-obligation appointment right now. Focus on your purpose with LASIK at Hoops Vision, hoopsvision.com.
All right, we're going to wrap things up with Ask a CG Artist here real quick. I'm going to put you on the spot. You say you had a friend who's worked on the Thor movie.
He is, by the way, John Patrick Rooney, who is a CG artist, works out of L.A., but here to visit family.
Yep.
And your friend did the animation of the Destroyer.
More so modeling and texturing, not
the animation.
Of it.
But he helped build the character. The Destroyer is
exactly.
like this
in
giant...
what movie?
In Thor.
Oh.
He's like this giant killer robot.
Just coming out this summer.
That destroys a town.
He also did, it's my roommate, and he did the hammer for Thor that you see at the end of Iron Man and this one as well.
Do you guys have girlfriends?
Sometimes.
Listen, with all the dough they're pulling down?
No, I asked because, they
or
are
boyfriends.
Or boyfriends.
No,
I
no
don't
boyfriends.
Listen,
they're on the computer.
You
all
take a
day.
girl. You take a girl to Iron Man 2, and you say, "Wait till the end. Wait till the end." And when that hammer shows up, you say, "I did that." You're in.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it sounds like they are chained to a computer a lot of the time.
I have to say, I've had one relationship go south because I was working.
That's all
kind
I'm
of insane
saying.
hours. It was a good Ogden girl too, living in L.A.
A good Ogden
yeah,
girl?
good. I know.
There's no such thing.
In a good in a bad way.
Yeah,
right.
Bad in a good
bad
way.
in a good way. That's all.
Good Ogden girl. Let's see. A quick software question from Nick. Let's see. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Maya, I guess, is the standard. How does 3D Max compare?
3D Max is a standard for a lot of things, a lot of car commercials and things like that, and video games use 3D Max, but more and more Maya is becoming more of a standard. I hate modeling in 3D Max. It drives me nuts.
Now, you were saying that if I were just to buy the Maya program, it was how much again?
I'm not sure, but it's like over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Almost
1,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
Almost what?
4,000.
Almost 4,000.
Well, 3,999.
That's almost
close. Yeah.
Almost.
It sounds to me like if this is what you're gonna do, it might be worth it to invest in that.
Yeah.
All right.
You can use those programs if you go to a school. They have them available.
This is true, and I know even up at the U they have those programs available, and it's all part of your fees. So.
Here's a question. Without getting too political, how is your health insurance as an independent contractor?
It's a bottle of Advil.
Somebody wants to know, where's my holodeck?
Yeah, that was my next question. Where's my damn holodeck?
Yeah, I'm working on it, so
all right.
Any requests?
And here's the final question, which I think is the best one. This is, do you have to be good at math?
No, you don't.
Perfect.
But sometimes I've used some trigonometry and
don't you need
scripts
that
and
for,
things like
for
that.
Architecture, don't you?
Yeah, sort of.
Trigonometry.
If people want to see some of the stuff, is there a place that people can go? Do you have a website where they can see your demo?
I have my demo reel on Vimeo, but it's just you can go ahead and email me at johnpatrickrooney@gmail.com, and I will send you an email with some info.
John Patrick Rooney, Irish?
Yes.
Oh. Irish question mark?
John Patrick Rooney @gmail.com.
St. Patrick's Day Parade Saturday,
All right, I'll stop by.
All right. Feature, Gina?
Yes, moving and need a new connection? CableTV.com has expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for the best in cable, satellite, streaming, and internet services. Visit CableTV.com today.
Oh. Well, here he is, Bill Frost. He is the TV writer for Slug Magazine, writes a column called Content Shifter. Bill also hosts a podcast. It's nominally about television, I would say.
It's about television and drinking cocktails, yes.
Yeah. TV Tan is what that's called. And also Bill is in a band or two playing the guitar. And you can find all of his stuff collected at billfrost.tv. Hi, Bill.
Yeah. Hi.
What is that CableTV.com? Is that a pretty good thing?
It's a site gives you information and resources about not just cable TV, but satellite TV and streaming TV and internet connections, and
Okay, I'll check it out.
maybe I happen to write for them.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
Perhaps so, yeah.
What do we got coming up?
Some new stuff this week. Tomorrow on Fox, we have the premiere of a new tech drama starring John Slattery from Mad Men, Roger Sterling, or Tony Stark's dad, if you will.
You can pretend.
Yeah, he's a tech genius who's created the world's most powerful AI, and he decides, this is too much. We have to shut this down. This could get out of control. So therefore, the company who just sees the money, kick him out, and just as he said, the AI becomes self-aware, and it is now out to destroy the world. In the case you needed something else to worry about, now there's a malevolent AI coursing through everything.
Great. Just great.
And it's a race against time to stop it.
Isn't it always?
Yes. And it's exciting as it sounds. Really, this is the fall season as we know it right now. This kind of smells like something that was like, well, maybe we shouldn't air this until we don't have anything else to air, and here we are.
I see.
Yes. And on Wednesday, of course, you have the vice presidential debate on most of the channels. I'm sure it'll be uneventful. Compared to last week, anyway.
Yeah.
And also, here's another import to fill up time on the CW, a British import called Devils. It's if you like Billions, it's kind of like that, but with less yelling. And it's a family drama set in the world of high finance, and your villain here is Patrick Dempsey.
Ah,
really?
He's come all the way from being a teen heartthrob to now he's the heavy in a drama called Devils. And it's no Billions, but it seems odd on the CW that this show is here. But the show that most people have been waiting for to return on the CW is Thursday. Supernatural has finally managed to finish their final season, season 15. I think about 5 episodes left, and it is finally back, and it's almost over.
Okay.
And so Jensen Ackles can go on to be in The Boys.
Yes.
And Jared Padalecki can go on to be the next Walker, Texas Ranger.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
And also the debut of a new comedy on NBC on Thursday called Connecting. It's a Zoom thing, but it's funny.
Is it?
But it's funny.
Well, I've seen some of it. It is funnier than most of the Zoom stuff you've seen.
Okay, good, because I'm on a little bit of overload with that stuff. So if it's not your recommendation, that's good.
It's worth checking out. And also on Peacock, if you have that, another British import called Code 404, about a cop who's killed in the line of duty and is brought back through the magic of AI and Android technology. And it's a comedy, and it's pretty funny, actually, called Code 404.
Wasn't there a comedy about a robot cop and?
Yeah, this sounds familiar.
What was that?
Yeah, I think you're thinking of.
That's what I'm thinking of. Holmes and Yo-Yo. Yeah,
Holmes and Yo-Yo.
Yeah,
I was thinking of RoboCop, but okay, sure. Holmes and Yo-Yo too. Yeah.
No, I mean it was just a terrible sitcom on. Yeah, Holmes and Yo-Yo.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yes.
Yeah.
If you were a fan of The Haunting of Hill House, season 2, kind of on Friday on Netflix. This is a follow-up called The Haunting of Bly Manor. Same people, different cast, different story.
Okay.
Just in time for Halloween.
I watched one episode of that Monsterland that you mentioned on Hulu.
Yeah.
I thought it was just awful.
Well, it is an anthology. Some are better than others.
Okay, maybe I'll watch one more.
And on Saturday, also in time for Halloween, season 2 of Eli Roth's History of Horror. Digging into the history of cinema. The guest list for this thing is just insane. People like Stephen King, Quentin Tarantino, Greg Nicotero, Roger Corman, Joe Dante, even Slash and Jack Black are in here.
Wow.
It's talking to a lot of people in here.
And
Jordan
what's that?
Peele, of course.
And what's that on?
That is Eli. That is on AMC. Eli Roth's History of Horror.
Okay.
Also, Bill Burr hosting Saturday Night Live on Saturday on NBC.
But he can't swear.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him.
I know. Yeah, it'll be weird to see a toned down Bill Burr for network TV.
Yeah.
And
we didn't talk about this past week Saturday Night Live at all. I thought actually Jim Carrey did a really good Joe Biden. I was not sure I would like it, but I did.
It was pretty good. Unfortunately, the writing wasn't very good. I thought
not a great episode.
No, I didn't watch all of it, but the parts that I watched of it, I was going, what? This isn't funny.
Yeah, it was an uneven episode for sure.
Yeah.
And on Sunday on Stars for fans of bodice ripping period dramas, season 2 of The Spanish Princess, about the teenage wife of Henry VIII, premieres for season 2 on Sunday on Stars. And if you've been wondering where Fear the Walking Dead is, well, here it is, Sunday, season 6 premiere.
Oh, just like that.
Just like that, yeah.
All right.
And you may remember the villain, the Fear the Walking Dead villain du jour, Virginia. Colby Minifie, you might also know her from The Boys. She plays Ashley, who's trying to keep Homelander under check. Yeah,
she's the PR person for Vought. And
apparently that actress is everywhere these days.
She's quite good. She was on Jessica Jones season 1, I think. Anyway,
that's right. She was. Yeah,
she's really good.
And that's it for the new stuff this week. And I think waiting to binge Fargo is a good idea as well.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there is.
And
it
was just sort of a guess. We didn't really know. We just thought, we'll binge that later. We got other shows we're watching. We'll binge that later. That was all the thought that went into it. But I'm glad we made that choice.
It's pretty dense. I have a recommendation. I started watching this last night, and I couldn't stop watching it. It's a documentary on Netflix, and it's called My Octopus Teacher.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a documentary about a guy who forms a bond with an octopus.
I actually watched this, Bill, and I did love it.
It's kind of odd.
It's very odd.
But it's amazing, and if for no other reason, you get to see an awful lot of an octopus and what life is like and what it does. But it does, in fact, become used to this guy who dives down to visit it every single day. He goes down there every day, and the octopus gets used to him, and they form a bond. It's pretty unusual.
Is Ringo Starr in this at all?
No, and nor does anyone mention the Octopus's Garden song, and no one ever should.
Thank you, Bill.
Bill Frost, thank you.
Thanks.
Read him in Slug Magazine and BillFrost.tv.
Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, our good friend Gene, the sign guy, has a heads up for us. Downtown road closures for the vice presidential debate. 2nd South between West Temple and Main Street will be closed at 11 a.m. today until Wednesday. Also, Main Street from 2nd South to 3rd South will be closed. So, Bill, you're going to be stuck at your house for.
Well, I got places to go. I'm going to have to find out how I do that because I have to go someplace on Wednesday.
So. Good luck on Wednesday. Oh yeah. Maybe they could airlift you if you're not on supplemental oxygen, Bill. Maybe they can send a rope down and pull you out of your house.
Maybe.
And then take you where you need to go. And that was from our friend Gene. And if you are like Gene and in the know about some traffic stuff, you can text it to us, 33986, and then I will pass it along to friends of the program. Scott Hale offering a furnace tune-up with free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right.
Boners round 2. Here we go. The titles that you will be considering in just a moment. Number 1, defiling a tub of Ben & Jerry's birthday cake ice cream. Number 2, that mask is nothing but a prop. And number 3, this meth is nothing but junk.
All right, so we got round 2 of your boners. We've got big boy news and opinioendo coming up. Stand by for all of that right after these. Oh, yes, the Park City Area Restaurant Association. They're presenting the 8th annual Dine About Park City. Now, this goes until the 18th of this month. Dine About Park City happens once a year. Locals and visitors are invited to enjoy world-class cuisine at an incredible value. Get ready for a 2-week culinary affair featuring savory 2-course lunches and 3-course dinners at more than 30 area dining establishments. It's a great chance for you to try that new place that you've always wanted to try. $10 to $15 per person for 2-course lunches, $20 to $40 per person for 3-course dinners, and some of them are doing takeaway. So you'll have to check the website to find out which ones are doing that. And often they have some delivery as well. Dine About happens 2 weeks per year when the fall colors are at their peak. It's a great time to drive up to Park City for a date. And Park City Restaurant's lodging partners, Stay Park City, will be offering exclusive lodging packages for Dine About guests. So for a list of participating restaurants and lodging options, visit parkcityrestaurants.com.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie.
Studies
say,
herbalists.
according to this midwife
and
herbalist.
A study could be, I've studied things, and that's.
It takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath. Like it was totally like, I could just feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't possibly
amazing.
Be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms like Melinda Dratchell also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural. Which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
talking. And they kept the cougars away, and they kept...
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges... What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250... Okay.
How much does she charge?
And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
that's
curious.
What your advice is worth. Because her advice... midwife and herbalist. $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
.22 right now, and yes, it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when Boner Fight happens, and that's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So right now, pick your champion for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
And you will receive it. You will receive an email, and in that email will be a gift certificate to Diversion Eatery. Go to diversioneatery.com to check out their menu.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Defiling a tub of Ben & Jerry's birthday cake ice cream. This is the shocking moment. You can see it. There's actually video of it. I don't think we have it, but the shocking moment where a pizza delivery driver has a tub of Ben & Jerry's ice cream in his hand, and he's rubbing it on his crotch before handing it over to the customer. The employee was caught on the customer's doorbell ring app, rubbing the tub of Ben & Jerry's birthday cake flavor ice cream on his trousers as he waited on the doorstep for them to come and get their pizza. Jonathan Terry from Great Misden Bucks, the UK, said he'd already started eating the ice cream on Sunday when his girlfriend called him to warn him, "Stop eating the ice cream," she said. Well, when I told her that
I ice cream again, I don't know if you would ever.
Well, Gina, you can't assume that every tub of ice cream is rubbed on someone's crotch. When I told her that I'd already opened it, she said, well, it's probably fine, as the ice cream is in a sealed tub, but put down the spoon, please, and look at this doorbell footage. When I saw what the driver had done, I couldn't believe it, he said. He may have had an itch or something, to scratch himself with something, it was just in his hand and it was something that I'd paid for, well, it's just disgusting, he said. It's unprofessional and unhygienic. Domino spokesperson Rachel Townsend in England said, "We expect high standards of behavior at all times, and our delivery person certainly will be reprimanded for his actions." Boner candidate number 1, defiling a tub of Ben & Jerry's birthday cake ice cream. Number 2, that mask is nothing but a prop. A senior advisor to President Donald Trump's re-election campaign claimed that Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden uses a face mask as a prop. And this is 2 days after the president was hospitalized after contacting the coronavirus himself. Senior campaign advisor Jason Miller, when pressed by ABC's George Stephanopoulos about the rallies that Trump has held in recent weeks, where supporters are largely maskless and standing within 6 feet of one another in clear violation of all federal health guidelines, he said Sunday night that Trump's team takes health guidelines meant to curb the spread of coronavirus very seriously. That's why we are giving everyone coming to rallies or events, we give them a mask. We check their temperature, you know. I mean, I would just say with regard to Joe Biden, I think that too often he's used a mask as a prop.
Jeez.
They're not.
These wearing it appropriately in appropriate situations.
These people who run the Trump administration and who work for it are not the brightest bulbs.
The best people, Bill.
They're the best people.
How can you say? We believe that masks work. We give everybody masks. But Joe Biden, that mask he's wearing, that's just a prop.
Well, it's a big mask. It's a very big mask.
The biggest mask I've seen.
By the way, I didn't hear these details until just this weekend. The presidential debate that everyone's talking about. It was in the Cleveland Medical Center auditorium. Cleveland Clinic auditorium. So when the Biden people came in, so only family members were allowed in the audience. The Biden family comes in, they're all wearing masks. The Trump family comes in, Ivanka, Jared, Tiffany, all of them. They're wearing masks when they walk in, then they go sit down, and they immediately take them off.
Mm-hmm.
And people who work at the Cleveland Clinic wearing white coats, staff doctors, technicians, went over to them and said, "Here, we have some masks, please put them on." And the Trump family said, no.
They should have been asked to leave at that. You wear the mask or you leave. It's a medical...
Boner candidate number 2. That mask is nothing but a prop. These people are so dumb. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. This meth is nothing but junk.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2, coming up after this big boy news and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm, Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
Did I remember to mention that Emily Ratajkowski has added sweatpants to her?
You mentioned it.
Bikini.
We didn't get a lot of details, though.
Well, that's really all we need to know. I think.
Okay.
It's a big.
Do
moment.
They come in my size?
It's a big moment that she's. I don't know, Jeannie. You'll have to check. Go to your website. I'm sure that you have that bookmarked. And go to her bikini, but sweatpants are there.
Okay.
Chelsea Clinton has revealed that she has not spoken with her former friend, Ivanka Trump, since 2016. So they used to be kind of chummy. She hasn't spoken with her since 2016, and she slammed the president's eldest daughter for being complicit and actively embracing her father's racism, sexism, and lies. The former first daughter joined Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen on Thursday when she was asked to address her relationship with Ivanka, who became a White House senior advisor shortly after the election. Well, I've not spoken to Ivanka since 2016, and I have no interest in being friends with someone who's not only complicit, but actively taking part in this administration's every collision of cruelty, incompetence, and lies, she said. So that's Chelsea Clinton. Utah's new coronavirus data are out, and the Department of Health has updated its dashboard at coronavirus.utah.gov again. There's a bunch of new graphs with information on how the virus is spreading, which demographics are impacted the most, and new details about schools. What do you think it's showing? Well, the state is releasing per district case counts. There's a better idea. You know how the virus is spreading in your school district. Now, if a school district is not mentioned, that means that there are, I think it's 5 or fewer cases. But there are certain school districts that are not doing well. For instance, Piute County School District, they've moved all of their classes online. Murray High School, what district is that in? I'm not sure. Murray High School's announced they're moving all their classes online. Last Monday, a student tested positive for COVID-19, and 38 Piute High School students were subsequently quarantined. That was the first positive case in the district. Since that day, 3 more have tested positive. And so they're not, they've ignored, these students have ignored the precautions, essentially.
And their parents have.
Yeah.
And, somebody was asking earlier about, they were writing in from New York saying their child was ill and that they had to go get a test and were not allowed to come back to school till they had a negative test. And largely here, the schools are relying on parents to tell the truth. And if their kids are sick, keep them home. That's all subjective.
Yeah. Despite indications from doctors that he's still facing some serious challenge from the coronavirus and could spread the disease to other people, President Trump briefly left Walter Reed Medical Center on Sunday to wave to supporters gathered outside. A masked Trump was seen waving to small crowds from a black SUV. Other images showed Secret Service personnel in the vehicle with personal protective equipment on to protect themselves from the high exposure risk of riding in an enclosed vehicle with somebody who's tested positive for the virus. Right before the drive-by, the president tweeted a video in which he thanked the doctors and the staff at Walter Reed for treating him. He said he was about to make a little surprise visit outside. It's a surprise. And yes, he did. He got into a motorcade and went out. And
apparently this was a compromise on part of the doctors because he was getting antsy and bored. Yeah, this is what I'm reading.
A crowd. Where's
Get
my
him
crowd?
A coloring book. Get the man a coloring book.
He was getting bored. He wanted to go home, and he says, "No, we're not going to let you go home." He says, "Well, how about a drive by?" Okay, fine.
Modeling clay. Get him some modeling clay.
Because
get him some Play-Doh.
He is still contagious.
Yes, he is. Oh, by the way, somebody was asking about the supplemental oxygen comments we keep making. The press conference, the initial press conference when Trump was admitted to Walter Reed Medical Center, his personal doctor, Dr. Moron or whatever his name is, Dr. Moron, was asked by a reporter, "Is the president using supplemental oxygen?" The doctor said, "The president is not using supplemental oxygen at this time." Well, was he ever using supplemental oxygen? He's not using supplemental oxygen at this time. But Dr. Moron, has the president had to use any supplemental oxygen? He's not using any supplemental oxygen at this time. And that's all he would say. And it was so stupid and so moronic and just evasive.
Well, and he, on Sunday, because they did 2 of these, one on Saturday and one on Sunday. I can't remember the wording, Gina. Maybe you remember. Sunday he said, yeah, we were a little evasive on Saturday, and that made us sound like we were hiding something. And
yeah. I was just trying to keep an upbeat attitude. That's what he said. I was trying to keep an upbeat, positive attitude because that's what the president likes. Well, Are you being upbeat right now, or are you telling us the truth?
Exactly.
Well, I'm not being I'm being upbeat at the present time.
And anyone that said, and Kayleigh McEnany said this too, that there's some privacy issues here because the reporters are asking her for, we need to know how contact tracing is going, how many more people have tested positive, and the White House has shut up in the last day and is not saying anything anymore. Well, there's privacy issues. When it comes to the president, he doesn't have health privacy.
No, shouldn't have anyway.
We the American people, need to know how he is.
Although there's a long tradition, Gina, of the press hiding president's medical conditions from the public. Long tradition of that.
That is true.
1,500 alumni from Amy Coney Barrett's undergraduate school. You know, she's the nominee for Supreme Court Justice. 1,500 people who have gone to her undergrad school, you know, the Rhodes College in Tennessee, have disowned her.
Really?
Yeah. They've said, we don't think she represents the fine tradition of this liberal arts college, this liberal college, and we disown her.
Wow.
Don't want to have anything to do with her.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, go girl power at the Preakness. A filly won the Preakness.
Well, I thought a skydiver won the Preakness.
Well, her name, Bill, is Swiss Skydiver. That's her name. She's not an actual skydiver. She was a horse. She's not a skydiver.
Has this horse ever jumped out of a plane?
That I don't know. I'm guessing no. But I do know she's the 6th filly to win the Preakness in a very weird year of all sports, including horse races. She's a special filly, they say, and I like it when the ladies win the horse races. It's one of the sports where women and men compete together on the same field. And look, there she goes. Real Salt Lake lost over the weekend. They play again Wednesday. The Seattle Sounders is who they play. And you got 2 NFL football games tonight.
Wait, can I go back to the horse race? Are these centaurs then? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah. Men and women horses?
That would be fun.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So Cam Newton tested positive for coronavirus. See, I would think he would be great at not getting the virus because he's so fashion forward. I would think he would be all about having the latest and best good-looking masks to wear everywhere. But he tested positive, so they postponed the game until today. So you get your choice of NFL Monday Night Football, Patriots and Chiefs.
But he's not going to play, is he?
I doubt it. Unless he's tested negative. I guess we'll see. Falcons and Packers also playing tonight. Weather, we've got 80s clear through Friday. After Friday, there's some chances of a storm coming through that might even give us some substantial rain this weekend, which would be a nice change. We do still have that smoke haze from the fires in California. Looks like we've got that for the next couple days as well. Overnight lows around 51. Traffic, want to remind you about traffic issues due to the vice presidential debate around the University of Utah. Or this is just for Bill. This is around Bill's house. Downtown road closures for the vice presidential debate. 2nd South between West Temple and Main Street will be closed at 11 a.m. today until Wednesday. Also, Main Street from 2nd South to 3rd South will be closed. So keep those things in mind for traffic. And if you see traffic, you can text it to us, 33986. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
Boner candidate number 3. Oh, this meth is nothing but junk. After purchasing a bag of methamphetamine, a Florida woman turned the narcotics over to the police, declaring, "This is nothing but junk." Investigators allege that Beth Ann Franchak provided the meth to a sheriff's deputy at her residence in St. Pete Beach. Franchak, cops say, told the deputy that she purchased $20 worth of methamphetamine and then decided she would turn it over to the police because it turned out to be just junk. Franchak handed the cop a small plastic bag containing about a quarter gram of a white crystal-like substance resembling meth. A subsequent test came back positive for meth. Ms. Franchak was arrested for possession of controlled substance. She was booked into the jail. In a video posted to her Facebook in December of 2019, Ms. Franchak had recorded herself thanking a sheriff's deputy who was directing traffic near her home. After identifying herself, she referred to her leash dog, saying, "He sniffs out drugs, and he brings them to the cops, so we know a lot of people here." And then, for some reason, she bought a bag of meth and said it was I don't know. She's got a screw loose.
This meth is, I'm from New Mexico, and we get that good Walter White stuff there. This stuff is inferior.
This is terrible. Boner candidate number 3. This meth is nothing but junk.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, defiling a tub of Ben & Jerry's birthday cake flavored ice cream. A delivery driver in England rubbing a tub of ice cream on his crotch while waiting at the door. Boner candidate number 2, that mask is nothing but a prop. That's what Trump campaign advisor is claiming of Joe Biden's mask. It's just even though the president is hospitalized with coronavirus, Joe Biden's mask, that's just a prop. And Boner candidate number 3, this meth is nothing but junk.
Okay. You've got to decide now of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. I say possibly because it has to go up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of our champions from each round and put them both against each other for Boner Fight at 9:20. That's when you will decide Boner of the Day. Right now you're picking the champion for round 2 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that number, that single digit is all we need, in the message of a text. And then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 5, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have only until the end of these messages to vote for round 2 of your Boner. Here we go.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it, chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you, drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old, they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab. I'll take it.
Signed Old Timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the Old Timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider Bicycle Shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Remember,
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
It's time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boners brought to you in part by French Fries.
And Diversion Eatery for pizza, burgers, tacos, beer, wine, spirits. Mondays open mic night with $2 off pizzas. Open daily from 11 to 10, 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was defiling a tub of Ben & Jerry's birthday cake flavored ice cream. Delivery driver caught on the doorbell cam there while he's waiting for the people to come to the door to get their pizza. He's also got a tub of Ben & Jerry's that I guess they ordered, and he's using it to scratch his crotch. While it was handy, I guess. Boner candidate number 2, that mask is nothing but a prop. A Trump campaign advisor claiming that Joe Biden's mask is a prop, even as the president is hospitalized with coronavirus. That's what he's saying. And Boner candidate number 3, this meth is nothing but junk. A woman who apparently bought a bag of methamphetamine for $20 was not satisfied with its quality. She turned it over to the police because it was junk, she said. Maybelline, if that's Maybelline's real name.
Why can't you be true?
Won a Diversion Eatery gift card, and the winner was boner candidate number 2. That mask is nothing but a prop.
All right, there you go. We send that candidate forward now to Boner Fight. Depending on how well it does against round 1's winner, it might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out at 9:20 when you vote for Boner of the Day. All right. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
All right, thank you. All right, brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode, the new episode is Tenet Turd.
What is it?
Tenet Turd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I got a couple of trailers for you to watch today. So go to when you get a chance, go to your computing device and take a look at them. First of all, we got this morning, a brand new trailer for Ryan Reynolds' movie Free Guy. Now, the plot of this movie is he is a background character in a video game.
Okay.
So, like, if you have a street scene, he's just one of the guys walking down the street that you see.
I heard about this movie a long time ago. They were talking about it.
It's been in the can for a while.
Yeah.
But he becomes self-aware. And...
Hey, bud, you ever think that there's got to be more? More than what?
Now, we had a trailer for this before.
Yeah.
Not once. Today's going to be different, Goldie. What are we looking at?
Who are you?
We ran into each other the other day.
How did you find me?
I waited outside by the murder train.
But he becomes self-aware, and he starts deciding he's going to be the good guy in this game where everyone playing it plays as a bad guy and just destroys things. He decides he's going to be a good guy. And this is the second trailer that we've gotten for this project. And it's got a lot more footage from the last time. It looks like a really fun movie. Now, Ryan Reynolds was teasing all weekend about this new trailer coming and the release date of the film being pushed back to December 11th, and he was making jokes about, maybe we'll see it someday and all that. Well, I think he may have been onto something because it was just announced. Cineworld, who owns Regal Theaters in the U.S., in a response to the No Time to Die delay that puts the last possible big theatrical release of 2020 back to 2021, the company that owns Regal Cinema just announced they're closing their theaters. They're just closing them. They confirm
worth it anymore.
Yeah, they confirmed via the Wall Street Journal that 536 Regal movie theaters in the U.S. will be closed for the foreseeable future, along with all theaters in the U.K., apparently, taking place less than 2 months after theaters were reopened, largely due to the release of Tenet. The U.S. showdown is set to happen on Thursday and will impact about 40,000 workers. The owner of Cineworld, CEO, I love this guy's name, Mookie Graydigger. He says, "We are like a grocery shop that doesn't have vegetables, fruit, or meat. We cannot operate for a long time without product."
Well, yeah.
So, I don't know where Ryan's going to show his movie. It looks like fun.
Is it, this may be a silly question, I'm assuming it's animated?
No, it's live action.
Oh. Really?
Yeah, live action. It looks great. His co-star is, I forget the actress's name, Villeneuve from the...
Jodie Comer?
Yes, she's the girl from the Sandra Oh show. Now, what happened with this other project is a remake of the movie The Witches. And they had planned on putting it in theaters, but now they've decided, we want you to see this in time for Halloween, so we're going to put it on HBO Max.
Welcome.
What would you do if there were mice running all around
This is Anne Hathaway.
I would call the exterminator.
You see, girls? He would exterminate those brats.
Rats. We would exterminate the rats.
Now, this is based on the Roald Dahl book. It was made into a movie some time ago. This remake is co-written by Guillermo del Toro, Kenya Barris, and Robert Zemeckis.
Okay, they know what they're doing.
It stars Anne Hathaway, Octavia Spencer, Chris Rock, Stanley Tucci, Kristen Chenoweth, and it's all about a group of evil witches who have gathered at a seaside resort to do terrible things, and they turn children into mice.
Yeah.
And
I don't like Anne Hathaway. Her facial features are too large.
Well, then maybe she'll be perfect for this role because she's, the lead witch.
Her facial features are too large?
Yeah, they're exaggerated.
But it looks like a lot of fun, and that'll be on HBO Max soon. When's the release date? October 22nd for that.
Okay.
Some of the other casting news that we got this weekend, this one is a strange one. Jamie Foxx accidentally, I think, leaked before he should have that he's going to be playing, I know you're going to think this is an old headline, Jamie Foxx playing Electro in the new Spider-Man movie.
What new Spider-Man movie?
Well, Spider-Man 3, which is put together by Sony and produced by Marvel, and so it takes place in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, even though it's not a Marvel Studios production. Remember the other two that we've had with Tom Holland? He's in talks to play Electro. Carrie, he played Electro already in the other Spider-Man movies. Well, I guess if you can have J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson from the other Spider-Man movies, I guess you can recast it, and maybe this is a chance to get Electro right, because as he said on his Instagram before he deleted it, I'm excited to return to play Electro, and I won't be blue this time.
Okay.
I'm not sure about this at all, but there you go. The Orville, because people have been asking me about it, we have this update from the Orville. It's a quote from Seth MacFarlane. He says, there's a lot of speculation. Will the show come back? The show is still a huge priority for me and for the cast and for everyone else. We do have a season to finish, and it will be the last season. It will be on Hulu. He says it's a big job because the show has a lot of prosthetic makeup. It requires a lot of close contact, a lot of background artists. It's a big job, and you want to do it the right way that's safe, and that's why it's taking so long.
Makes sense.
So there's that, because people have been asking me about the Orville. Finally, this good news for our attorney, Ed Brass, because he and Shannon Barneson were the only two people to ask for more Conan, so you're getting a Conan the Barbarian TV series on Netflix.
With Arnold? Is Arnold Schwarzenegger going to play Conan? What?
No. It'll be recast.
There
you go. And someday when they are allowed to start making things, we'll get that show, Ed. Hang on. All right, traffic, Gina.
Yeah, I just want to give you some information about road closures due to the vice presidential debate. And you're like, wait, that's not till Wednesday. Oh, it's already going to be a problem. Yeah. Downtown road closures for the vice presidential debate. 2nd South between West Temple and Main Street will be closed at 11 a.m. today until Wednesday. Also, Main Street from 2nd South to 3rd South will be closed. So anywhere around the U is going to be difficult to navigate. So Bill Allred's going to have to be a Marine One airlifted out of his house for whatever meeting he has to go to on Wednesday.
I have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday afternoon.
So Walter Reed Hospital, Bill will be airlifted to Walter Reed Hospital.
I'm not currently on supplemental oxygen.
Currently.
No, currently.
And if you see any traffic, please let us know. Text it to us, 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way to determine who is Boner of the Day. Some news and more coming up. Randlife.com.
This is, listen to this, because by October 15th, this will be, you won't be able to save as much money. Rand Life wants you to know this is the time to refinance and lock in a historically low rate. If you don't lock your interest rate before October 15, you'll be hit with, or you could be hit with additional closing costs, and not just a little amount either. Shortly here, by the 15th, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac will start charging an extra 1.5% on every conventional refinance loan in America until further notice. So you need to lock in with Ran Life by October 15th in order to avoid those extra costs. And they can be substantial. A half percent doesn't sound like much, but when you consider the life of the loan, that ends up being, like $1,700 in some mortgages, depending on how big your mortgage is. So go to ranlife.com or call them 801-478-4500, Ran Life.
We're having second thoughts
Mm-hmm.
because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and it's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. Just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010. And her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about that.
Nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall, in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I'd named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature with a name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned, in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name? Some people shouldn't be, Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name? Some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named them after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. What?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
Oh, she's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern. Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read. There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess.
I thought they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them do.
Don't they know that she's a general? General Leia
Well, it's
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
but there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys.
Emily's.
A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
There's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid, so just don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane?
Thane.
Thane, he was a bad kid.
Thane,
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, I love my son's name, Thane.
Thane.
Oh, is Thane a Utah thing?
No.
Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there Thanes?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right.
For
some reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm. He now works at R.C. Willey. See, Nathan, he's a nice guy.
He's a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name. Like I said, don't take it personally. It's something wrong in my brain. All right?
I'm looking up Thane, Gina, just to see. But
how popular
is I don't know how popular it is.
Well, if it's very popular, then it must be everywhere.
Well, no, I don't know that.
I know a dude named Christian Shank. The hell? The last name Shank. There's just no right name, I think. On this day.
Well, we could have done On This Day in 1974. Olivia Newton-John started a 2-week run at #1 with I Honestly Love You. We could have done that.
No, we could not have done that.
But on this day in 1951, Bob Geldof from the...
Excuse me, Sir Bob Geldof. Sir.
Of the Boomtown Rats was born.
Nominated for his, became a Sir because of his Christmas relief. What was it? We Are the World? Is that what they did? Or
do they know it's Christmas?
Or do they know it's? Or did he do? Which one did he do?
He did Live Aid.
He did Live Aid.
Do they know it's Christmas?
Do they know it's Christmas? Here, Gina.
Did you really just find I Honestly Love You?
Well, it's not like it's hiding anywhere, Gina. What do you mean? Did you just find it? Oh my God, I've looked everywhere for... What a terrible... Yeah, please. You ever find her dead husband?
He didn't.
Yeah.
He faked his death.
Did they find him?
He faked his death.
He turned up?
You know, he was lost at sea. Anytime
Right.
anyone's lost at sea.
No, but
that's-
he did turn up?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an old story.
Anytime someone's lost at sea, that's
It
faking
means
their
they
death.
fake their death. That's
Is
what
that
it
right?
means. Yeah. In
So
Gina's world.
Anytime.
Yeah.
No one's ever really been lost at sea.
But you know, because you follow murder, that when if you want to kill somebody, you go on a cruise with them, right?
Yeah.
And then you push them off the boat.
Yeah.
That's why.
But that's different than...
Said
than,
Natalie Wood she didn't clean up before dinner when she was on that cruise because she wanted to wash up on shore.
God. Really? Really?
Terrible. Oh, it wasn't her husband, it was her former boyfriend.
Her former boyfriend
Well,
faked his death, yeah.
He was found in Mexico.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, he went out sailing.
aren't
and
you
never-
Olivia Newton-John's former boyfriend? No.
You know, you can just break up with somebody. You don't have to fake your death.
I think he had other problems.
You can just...
That's a
No,
T-shirt.
she'll find me. She'll hunt me down.
I want that on a T-shirt. You know, you can just break up. You don't have to fake your death.
That'll be my sign-off today. By
There
the
you
way.
go.
I think he had other problems, Gina. It was
Yeah, no, he did. He had money problems.
he had a bad debts. Not that bad. I mean, it didn't look bad enough to fake your death, but I guess that was up to him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And here's how you can't please everybody. 'Cause I get a tweet from somebody that says, "Thank you for the Boomtown Rats,"
Yeah.
from Gumby. And then you get a text for, "Please don't play that song again."
It's an old song
See?
that we never play, so you probably won't hear it again.
You just can't.
No.
But if you'd like to hear that kind of music, though, the classic alternative, go to x96.com and look for Bessie the cow, and click on that. That's our special feed. It's on HD2 and online. X96 Classic Alternative. It's commercial free.
But if you want to hear any kind of a song, any song that you would like us to play, just call us now, and we'll play it. I mean, call us and we'll just
What?
tell you that it's coming up soon.
Oh yeah, I got it coming right up.
It'll be coming right up. That's what we'll tell
That was always my answer when people called in.
Well, that's what
Oh,
the
and,
program director always told us to say. If you call and request a song, yeah, that's coming up.
And Gumby's listening this morning because he also sent me a picture of his Jack Skellington. I've got my Jack Skellington right here. I decorated a tiny bit for Halloween in my studio.
Is there a way to
/ guest
distinguish
room.
your Jack Skellington from anybody else's Jack Skellington?
He's right here. He's over my shoulder. He's like my Halloween conscience. He's right there.
But it's a Jack Skellington, right?
Possession's
one's-
9/10 of the law, Bill.
Do you guys know when I
true.
bought this?
Did you buy it when we did the premiere of
The
The
Tower
movie?
of Terror in
Oh.
in Disneyland. I bought him at Disneyland,
Oh,
which makes
Tower
him
Terror.
more official.
Tower Terror.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Which
ain't
is
the
not
Tower
there
Terror
anymore.
no more.
Tower Terror.
Well, it is, but it's not. It's just not
Guardians.
the Tower Terror.
It's still just basically, it's that ride at Lagoon. I don't know what they call it at Lagoon, where they sit you in a chair and then they take you up to the top of a tower, and then they let you free fall, and then they stop, and then they let you free fall, and they stop.
You're talking about the rocket, Bill.
Is that what it's called? The
Yeah.
rocket? It used to be there right there, I think, kind of by the entrance, right? And,
Gina, Gina, that means that you bought that Skellington on May 5th, 2004. Because this
Wow,
is
you have that?
this is the promotional
Yep.
bell that they gave us when we did the opening of the Tower of Terror.
Because it was
And
a
it's-
hotel.
And it
was
still
a-
works. It still works. So here we go.
Hollywood Tower Hotel. May I help you? We'll be looking for you to drop in.
That was a pretty good attraction, I thought.
I quite liked it. Yeah, it's
Tower of Terror.
they still have it at Disney World. It's still Twilight Zone themed.
So what do they do with Guardians of the Galaxy now? They drop you into scenes from Guardians of the Galaxy, or
you are there to you've been captured by the Collector.
Okay.
And you're going to be put in his display. But the Guardians have also been captured, so all of them but Rocket. And Rocket is there. Remember that room that you walked in the beginning, the library where the TV was on?
Mm-hmm.
They've added to that, and now Rocket is up on the shelf, and he says, "Hi, we're going to help. You're going to help me free my friends." And, and that's the plot of the thing, is we're escaping from the Collector. So that's how it works.
And someday you'll be able to go ride that ride.
Mm-hmm.
Someday.
Yeah.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Let's see, with your boner fights and a reasonable amount of news and all that on the way. Let's see.
And your Tame Impala song is coming right up.
Yeah, it's on the way.
Yep.
Zero Res. Keep it clean.
Man, dust and dirt and crap.
Well, we're all home more, which means our homes are dirtier now than they usually
kidding.
are. So get them cleaned.
Yeah, and Zero Res is they are great cleaners, carpet, but they do tile and upholstery as well. They have a proven system which will remove all of that stuff from your carpet, and they do it without chemicals, and they do it without shampoos. So it's safer for the environment, and it gets it cleaner, really, and it doesn't leave any residue behind. So right now, if you call Zero Res, they'll do it for $33 per room of carpet cleaned. Schedule 3 rooms. You get the 4th room for free. So do that right, and make sure you tell them X96 Radio from Hell sent you. So search online for Zero Res Carpet Cleaning to schedule your appointment, or give them a call, 801-2880. That's 288-9376, Zero Res.
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is. Since so I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise, and I exercise a lot usually. And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple, drinking,
a lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That would you please? Damn it, Gina! Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I say, is Ann Flo here? I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
You're trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you gained
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
You always say that, though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
Let's see. I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know.
I keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry. How's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really?
It doesn't.
That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, "My God, why didn't you go to the doctor?"
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
yeah,
Boots,
no,
get in there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Exactly.
Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just keeps his head down and does his job.
And it is time for a reasonable amount of news. We have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 or 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
Well, brought to you by a couple things. Happy birthday, Sean Means. It's his birthday
Yes,
today,
happy
too. Not just Bob Geldof. And discover the ties between Halloween and the natural world at Red Butte Gardens Botanical Celebration this October with free daytime admission, funded in part by the Utah Legislature through the Division of Arts and Museums. Pre-register at redbuttegarden.org.
The previously unreleased alternative take of the Doors' classic song Roadhouse Blues will be featured on an upcoming expanded 50th anniversary reissue of the band's 1970 album Morrison Hotel. It's also been posted on the group's official YouTube channel. I think that cut is available now. I don't believe the whole.
Let me look.
The clip begins with Jim Morrison delivering a monologue, setting the mood and the feel of the song for his bandmates. He talks about what the song is supposed to be and what it's supposed to be like, what Roadhouse Blues is supposed to be. Then the band kicks into a loose version of the tune, accompanied by John Sebastian of the Lovin' Spoonful on harmonica and blues rock guitarist Lonnie Mack on bass. Doors guitarist.
I kind of like it the way it was, so.
I mean, it's one of my favorites, but, you know, it'd be interesting to hear an alternative take on it.
It's an old roadhouse.
Yeah, there it is.
We're down in the South, or in the Midwest, or maybe on the way to Bakersfield. And we're driving in a 57 Chevy to an old roadhouse. Can you dig it? You know?
Anyway, it's like 5 minutes. And
Does it? Can you get to a place where it kicks into the music a little bit?
Let's see here.
Through nature. Beat soul.
There we go.
Every time. Come on.
Sounds pretty good.
That was like a live version, I guess.
That was pretty good.
Well, keep you wide on the road, your hand upon the wheel.
There you go.
Yeah, not bad. I didn't know John Sebastian. I played the harmonica on that. He's pretty good at that. So let's see. And Dolly Parton wants to be on the cover of Playboy magazine for her 75th birthday. So let's give it to her.
Sure.
Dolly can do whatever she wants.
She wants to pose, or she just wants to be on the cover?
Well, it says the cover. I think that's
okay.
I'm guessing there's not going to be a full spread in the, you open up the magazine. There's not going to be a. No. There's Dolly in all her glory.
Then you can see all my tattoos, and them are private.
The Utah Labor Commission is looking to stop the spread of COVID-19 in the workplace. An initiative called the Small Business Quarantined Employee Grant Program is encouraging workers to stay home if they test positive for COVID. Apparently, if workers stay home, you can apply for a grant to compensate. You see how that works? To compensate, so you're not losing money. The $2 million in funds provided by the state or the Federal CARES Act. Employers will be reimbursed if they pay the wages of the sick employee who has to stay home.
Nice.
Poll finds some new polling finds that Joe Biden leads Donald Trump in Florida and Pennsylvania, which are key battleground states.
Don't get complacent.
Don't get
based
happy.
on the New York Times Siena College polls. By overwhelming margins, voters in Pennsylvania and Florida were repelled by President Trump's conduct in the first general election debate. And there was a lot of talk that this may be really, really, really backfired on him. That even his supporters are going, oh my, it was just sickening.
I was out driving yesterday. I saw a truck driving around with giant Trump flag here in Salt Lake.
Was it a white truck? Do you remember?
I can't remember. There's more than one of them out there.
Because there's this guy in this white truck who's purposely been driving around with his Trump flags.
I would just say, Gino, that maybe the polls are a little bit more accurate than you seeing a Trump flag when you were out driving around.
Hillary's not our president, and the polls told me she would be. So
They figured stuff out a little better, I think. Donald Trump, apparently, President Trump had been notified that he had tested positive for coronavirus by the time he appeared on Fox News for an interview Thursday night, but he didn't disclose it at the time. So he knew he'd tested positive, all the while he did the interview on Fox News. During the interview with Sean Hannity, Trump merely confirmed one of his aides, Hope Hicks, had been diagnosed with coronavirus. He said that he wouldn't receive his results until later that night, which was a lie. He already knew. Mm-hmm. Trump was then admitted to Walter Reed Hospital. And Mike Lee, our senator from Utah, who is now down with coronavirus, said that he started feeling symptoms, but he still went to his committee meeting. Yeah, he said that. I started feeling symptoms, but, I went to the committee meeting.
Then if any of those people get sick and die, that's on you, sir. This is not a joke.
Yeah, the only answer I have here is that he does not know how this works, and he hasn't bothered to find out how this works.
You know what? You're a law guy, Mike Lee. That's reckless endangerment. What you did there.
He's dumb. Former Justice Department attorneys have expressed concerns that Attorney General William Barr is using the power of the agency to help President Trump win re-election, which is just totally illegal, citing statements that Barr had made about mail-in ballots and the politically fraught inquiry into the Russia investigation. We fear that Attorney General Barr intends to use the DOJ's vast law enforcement powers to undermine our fundamental democratic values of free and fair elections, according to an open letter signed by 1,600 former Justice Department employees. Barr has echoed the president's attacks on mail-in ballots as more states have allowed voting by mail due to the coronavirus pandemic.
This just in?
Yes. Kayleigh McEnany.
She's got the COVID?
Yeah. Yep. Kayleigh McEnany got the COVID.
It's decimating. Who's
what?
Who's going to
run the country?
Who's running the country?
Yeah,
Mike
who's running
Pence.
the country?
Mike Pence, and he's here in Utah. The Geneva, Switzerland They have agreed, voters there have agreed to a new national minimum wage, $25 an hour.
Wow. Really?
Yep.
We're fighting for $7.50.
58% of the voters
Katie's like, come on.
were in favor.
No, we're
of
fighting
the
for
initiative.
15. That's right.
Yeah, $25 an hour. And finally this, I don't know if we have a picture of it. A Missouri Department of Conservation employee took a photograph of a huge spider web, big enough to entrap a human being. Media specialist Francis Skalke shot this photo on a trail near Springfield recently. I'll tweet a picture of it.
Yeah, I want to see it.
According to, do we have it, Katie? You know, according to the department, which posted the image on its Facebook page on Wednesday, the intricate circular web was constructed between two trees, and it looks massive. The web was made by an orb weaver spider. They are known for doing intricate webs. They're large in size, approximately a half an inch long for females, and usually kind of hairy, not harmful to humans, really. But it looks like if you were a person, you'd get caught in that web, and then
it looks fake.
Yeah, doesn't it? It's beautiful. It's just absolutely beautiful.
But,
all right.
I'm not impressed. There's no word in there. You want to impress me, Spider, you write a word in there.
Charlotte.
What were some of the messages in the web?
Humble. Some pig.
Some pig.
That is some pig right there.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's it.
All right. Weather.
Radiant. That was another one.
Radiant. That was the other one. Yes. No weather. No.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, we don't
Sports,
usually
weather,
do
traffic.
that here. But
yeah, we don't usually do that.
80s
I'm sorry.
through the week and 50s in the nighttime, and we still have the smoke. So
my fault.
We don't
It's
usually do
Bonafide.
that.
With Radio from Hell on X96.
I forgot where I was for a second.
Me
All
too.
right. Here we go. The winner from round one, which was crowds gather to protest masks. Yes, Utah County Courthouse, Friday. Hundreds of people gathering to protest mask wearing. Many of them had signs. Some of them had guns. A lot of them had lawn chairs. That's number one. Going up against number two, that mask is nothing but a prop. Trump campaign advisor claiming that Biden's mask is a prop, even though President Trump is in the hospital right now. That's just a prop. That's number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is boner of the day. One or two. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, go to x96.com, and once the page loads, refresh your browser anyway to make sure that the box appears. It'll say Boner Fight October 5, 2020. Click on that and you can vote online. Pretty easy to do. All right? You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to. They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Remember,
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife.
I'm sorry, his third wife.
time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by a hamburger and French fries.
And Ma and Pa's Bakery has foods that address pets' allergies, digestive issues, senior needs, and good health. Find them in Mill Creek, American Fork, and Ma and Pa's Bakery Inc.com.
Boner candidate number 1, crowds gather to protest masks in Utah County. Going up against number 2, that mask is nothing but a prop. A Trump campaign official claiming Joe Biden just wears a mask as a prop. Okay. The winner, overwhelmingly.
Really?
The crowds gathering in Utah County. Boner candidate number 1.
Really? Okay, there you go. There's your Boner of the Day. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Let's go to, let's see, on the phone we got Nurse Nicole Lamb is here with us.
Nicole Lamb from Nightingale College. Good morning, Ms. Lamb. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys?
Well, I don't know. I feel like my blood sugar's a little low. What can I do about that?
Well, I can tell you we definitely need our blood sugar stabilized so our brains are functioning well these days.
I do, for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of people think when blood sugar's off, they think about diabetes or weight gain, but it affects us immediately from our mood to our energy level.
Yeah.
And there's really 2 types of imbalances. So it's called reactive hypoglycemia, so it's low blood sugar. And those people experience symptoms of increased energy after meals and craving sweets between meals, or they're really irritable if they miss a meal.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, just being a little irritable.
The brain is deprived of fuel. That's what that's. And then there's high blood sugar, which is the one we're more common to thinking about, and insulin resistance. And that promotes inflammation throughout the body, but it also is, when they talk about Alzheimer's disease, they talk about type 3 diabetes. And those people are experiencing fatigue after meals.
So what's the best way? What's the best way to stabilize your blood sugar?
Well, we got a whole list.
Okay.
First that we were talking about last time was quality breakfast of protein and fat.
Okay.
And sometimes people wake up and they'll feel nauseated or not have an appetite, and that's because of adrenal hormones. And coffee only makes it worse. So making sure it doesn't have to be much, just a small portion of protein, fat.
Okay.
And then
like a piece of bacon.
You could do a single piece of bacon if that would be a start.
Okay.
Maybe it's just a handful of nuts as you run out the door, so you don't have to cook the bacon.
Okay.
Or yogurt, something without a lot of sugar in it.
Okay. All right.
Which you do have to read the labels.
Yeah.
Not eating sweets or starchy food before bed.
Okay.
Avoiding all fruit juice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave up fruit juice. I don't drink fruit juice at all anymore.
Yeah, me neither.
I pretty much gave it all up. I don't, and it for so long, like orange juice was, touted as that's what you should have for breakfast. A glass of orange juice. It's healthy, and it really isn't healthy, is it?
No, it isn't. It spikes blood sugar levels and then insulin levels, and then you lose your energy and brain function.
Yeah.
If you are hypoglycemic, so you're experiencing that craving or irritability between meals, making sure that you're eating a small amount of protein every 2 to 3 hours to stabilize blood sugars. It's important for either group to find their right carbohydrate tolerance. And so the easiest way to do that is if you're feeling sleepy after you eat, or you're craving sweets after you've eaten, you're eating too many carbs.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. I've found that the best way to start the day, now it seems to work for me, but what do you think of this? Every morning I try to have a pint of beer and a half dozen oysters. Is that
oysters are good. Oysters are good.
All right.
You can have oysters for breakfast.
Don't mix the beer with oysters.
Don't mix the beer.
Mussels are fabulous for your brain. Mussels and oysters.
Okay.
Sardines.
But not the beer so much, huh?
Not the beer. That would be like the orange juice, blood sugar spike, gluten.
Okay, I'll cut out the beer and just have the oysters in the morning.
Okay.
Now, Nicole, if and everybody should probably eat more plants, right?
Correct. So the fiber in the plants will help stabilize blood sugar, plus they're complex carbohydrates, so it just takes your body more to break them down. So eating a well-balanced diet of mostly vegetables and then protein as a like a spice is really what you're looking for.
All right. If you want to find out more about this stuff, is there a place at Nightingale College where you can find this?
Yes, just head to nightingale.edu and look under COVID-19. And there's a whole bunch on diet and stress and exercise and sleep.
Okay. All right, Nicole. Nicole Lamb from
Thank you.
Nightingale College. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Bye.
Talk to you later. Okay, we will take a break and then wrap this all up after these. Now, a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
Well, there's a data dashboard that's available to you. If
I go there every day and check it out.
You do, don't you?
Mm-hmm. I have it bookmarked.
And that's a good idea. I mean, really, it's coronavirus.utah.gov.
Yep, and the dashboard is a really easy way to see graphs and things, tell you right away where we're at.
The public data dashboard has added features now. I mentioned them earlier in the news. School district case information, as well as more on hospitalizations, deaths, pre-existing conditions, and race and ethnicity also. All of that's broken down for you. And if you are informed, you are better off. You're better able to protect your family and yourself from the coronavirus. So go to coronavirus.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Well, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke, wake up.
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehi's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Book and Lehi ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehi's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say...
Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
That's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehi, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
Jessica Biel had a secret COVID baby.
Really?
So they had a
what?
They've had a baby, and it's because of COVID.
It's not a
seen
COVID
the baby.
baby.
It's a baby during COVID. It's a COVID baby.
Her and Jumpin' Tamberman?
Yeah.
Well,
Secret COVID baby.
She didn't give birth to a COVID. She had a baby during the pandemic, and congratulations, that's lovely.
We just haven't seen a picture. I want to see. I want to see the baby.
Well, I saw a picture.
You
Has
did?
that? Yeah, the baby has that same big full set of teeth that she does. That's weird.
Already, it's the damnedest thing.
It's weird. just weird. I always thought. I think she's a. I don't know. I always thought her teeth were too big. And Anne Hathaway's features are too.
You're
big
awfully critical
for
of
her
all
face.
these beautiful women, Bill.
And not Anne Hathaway. It's not beautiful.
No.
No. Look at a picture of Anne Hathaway. That mouth is way too big for that head.
What you don't like women with big mouths is what I'm getting from you.
Watch it.
Now, Gina, I rely on you for all celebrity gossip.
Yes.
Tiffany in the chat room says that Jessica Biel is an anti-vaxxer. Is that true?
Yeah. Well, she has come out as sort of saying it's a parent's choice. Yeah, she has. She got a huge backlash for it. So yeah, they have a new baby. They won't vaccinate. I don't know. I hope not.
Well, that's. I won't be watching any of her projects. Is she the one? No, it's Jessica Alba that has that whole line.
Are her features too big for you, or are they just?
She has that whole line of baby products and stuff, right?
Does she?
Yeah.
Well, but if you Jessica Biel, I believe, produces this cop show that I like, this murder show. Oh, damn. Why can I never remember the name of it?
Well, there's the one she did, The Sinner.
The Sinner, that's it.
Yeah,
and
she
she
was
still
in the
produces.
first-
She was in the first season, but she produces the entire
Right.
series,
Yeah.
and I quite enjoy The Sinner.
So do I, but I won't watch it anymore now that I know that. I didn't know she was a.
Yeah, I was surprised when she came out. She posted a video saying parents should be able to decide. Nope. Parents should not be able to decide.
No, I don't think so either. I think they should. I think you should hold people down and vaccinate them. Should be the law.
I'm gonna go get my flu shot today.
I already got mine.
I've been meaning to do that. I'll do that today.
It's the extra powerful flu shot. Make sure you ask for the extra powerful flu shot.
Extra strength?
Apparently, they're offering two different ones.
Well, remember when we talked to Dr. Cobble about it, he said there's one that's good for like 3 months and one that's good for like 5 or 6 months. So you want the 5 or 6 month one.
It's I got the super shot.
Did it hurt worse?
No.
Okay.
You can't even feel. I can't even feel them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Are you done?
My flu shot actually, usually I don't feel the shots anymore, but for some reason the one that I got just recently, I felt it for a couple of days.
I have felt
sore.
them in the past, but maybe it's because who I got my flu shot from someone named Trump.
Ooh,
I really did.
Do you change your name if you're in that situation?
I don't know. I think I told him I wouldn't talk about this, so I won't.
Oh, okay.
Well, Bill, somebody says Anne Hathaway is a national treasure, so shut up, you.
A national treasure of what country? Which country is
she
a
Canadian? I don't know.
Look at a bunch of pictures of her. Her mouth is too big. She has exaggerated
You like people
features.
that are happy. That's what it is. You like people that are frowning, so you don't see their big smiling.
That's
faces.
exactly right. I would like to see almost everybody go around with their frown, and then it's because it's my job to help turn it upside down.
Jeez.
So if everybody's happy, I don't have a job. My job is to make them happy.
Okay.
Whether they want to be happy or not, I'm going to hold them down and make them happy.
I'm going to hold you down and give you a flu shot and make you happy.
Oh, Gina, Lisa Bonet, an anti-vaxxer.
She is?
Yeah, there's a
Says
whole.
who?
That's not surprising.
Go into the chat room. There's a link to a Rolling Stone article. It's called "A Guide to 17 Anti-Vaccination Celebrities."
Lisa Bonet is anti anything that would have to do with logic, science, or intelligence.
Tony Braxton.
Well, I don't care.
Not
about that
Tony
one.
Braxton.
Selma Blair.
Mm-hmm.
Jenna Elfman.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Who else? Keep going. I want to know.
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen.
Well, yeah.
What?
Yeah, well, I got the tiger's blood in me. I don't need a vaccination.
Mayim Bialik.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. She clarified. Oh, okay. See, you're going to have to read this. I was just reading the headlines.
Okay.
But what they do is they say, here's why, here's the statement about them being anti-vax, and then they follow up in the story. It says, well, here's them saying that they're not.
Oh, okay.
But it's not
Oh,
all of
really?
them.
Yeah.
If it
Like
will
Rob,
affect my
like Rob
career,
Schneider is, still very much so.
Because Mayim Bialik's like a scientist or something, isn't she?
Yeah. She says, dispelling rumors about my stance on vaccines. I'm not anti. My kids are vaccinated.
Oh, okay. So this is the stories, the rumors, and then the real story.
Well, some of them are real and some of them are rumors. So it's not like a list, a proper list,
Okay.
So,
Well,
And
I'm
to bring this
pro-vaccination.
To bring this show full circle, Bill.
Yeah.
Lenny Kravitz has commented.
Yes?
He's pro-vax. So his ex-wife, Lisa Bonet, may be anti-vax, but he's partnered with UNICEF to call for vaccinations to bring an end to preventable child deaths. So
Okay.
You started the show
Good.
with Lenny Kravitz. We'll end with Lenny Kravitz.
He's a vegan,
Mm-hmm.
I don't hold that against him.
Grows his own food. Makes his own fertilizer. and grows his own food.
Has anybody told him about a grocery store? You know, you don't need to.
Hey, well.
All right. Let's do the promo and get out of here.
Oh, yeah, we've got to find that, don't I? Hang on. I should have done that a second ago.
It's from Katie
There it is.
in your
I got
email.
I got it. Welcome to the beginning of the 27th week of Radio from Hell from Home, so tune in for Tuesday's show.
We'll be checking in with LeVar and LeGrand for another Utah Word of the Day at 7 a.m., and who knows, maybe it'll be a spooky one. It is October, after all.
Then at 7:45 a.m., we have our State of Utah Weekly COVID update with Nate McDonald, followed by Jonathan Deasing with 3-Bit Gamer at 8 a.m., giving us the latest in video games.
Plus, you don't want to miss Tuesday's Tunes with Todd at 9 a.m.
So join us for Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96. I'll leave you with this quote from Andre Gregory. Remember Andre Gregory? My Dinner with Andre?
Yep.
I was. He's still around, and he said this: "We live in Old Testament times, full of plague and insane kings."
I like it.
Yeah.
Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
You know, you can just break up. You don't have to fake your death.
Corey is next.